Hey, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. This is Xavier Santiago, your Vice Chair of Community Board 11. We're waiting a few more minutes. Nilsa will hopefully be joining us. If not, we will begin the meeting starting with our public speakers and then our elected officials. So just stand by a few more moments and then we'll jump right in. I hope everyone's happy and excited to be back with our first full board session. So thank you and just stand by. Okay, everyone, if we could please, a quick reminder to mute yourselves. From a quick glance, it looks like we have quorum. Thank you. We're ready to start the meeting and jump right in. First, thank you everyone who's attending. Welcome to our fall meeting, full board, September 28th, 2021. I'm going to start the meeting at 6:37 p.m. My name is Xavier Santiago. I'm the Vice Chair of Community Board 11, calling the meeting to order at this time. Tonight, we're joined by our District Manager, Angel Miskane, Assistant District Manager, Carly Wine, and Community Associate, Marlene Pierre. A few ground rules, and I'm going to try to make this sound less and less like a pilot, although many of us are not flying as much as we used to. In order to conduct an efficient meeting, let's observe a few ground rules, and you can see this on your screen. CB11 members, no one may speak until granted the floor. CB11 members, if you have a question about board business, be very specific about board business, or wish to make a motion, please raise your hand through Zoom. That'll allow our staff to acknowledge you and for me to therefore conduct the meeting better, and same for Nilsa. You may raise your hands through the Zoom function. If you have any questions, please message Carly or Angel or Marlene. You'll find it in the participants icon. The participants panel should appear, and you should find a raise hand function. If you have technical difficulties, again, you may click the chat icon and relay your difficulty to the staff. They're here to assist us. They're fantastic. Members should not engage in a back and forth discussion. I can't preface it enough on the chat because that will prevent us from having the dialogue we typically have in person. I know we've been dealing with this for over 18 months. Thank you. The chair will recognize each person. Keep in mind, there are people who are dialing into these meetings. They can't see the chat, and that's why we have to, even though Albany has helped us out to remain in virtual environment, we need this. So please raise your hand. You'll be acknowledged, and we'll be able to proceed. The chat function, again, CB11 business or questions about agenda topics. All such remarks should be made on the record by raising your hand through Zoom. Again, this is for posterity, so we can preserve everything. It's for the public record. I cannot impress this enough. The chat really should be relegated to alerting us for technical difficulties. If you're having to state, or if you are having to place something in writing, information like an email address that was already stated aloud on the record during the meeting. When a member is given the floor, the chair will identify, or whoever is, and once Nilsa arrives, or myself, and you can unmute yourself, so to speak. Please keep your questions and comments succinct and germane to the discussion. As I say in my industry, land your jet. So let's get to the point. Members of the public, you can register to speak in the public session by completing the pre-registration form and providing your name, affiliation, and the topic you wish to talk about. A link to the registration has been shared in the chat. Registration for the public session needs to be done by 7:15, so please be prompt with that. With that, we will now take attendance by roll call. And I'm going to defer to the secretary if Judith is here. And if you have that in front of you, if you do not, Angel, would you please assist us? Board members, you can unmute yourselves and answer present when your name is called.
I don't have the list in front of me.
Angel, would you?
I'll call it for you, no worries.
Thank you.
Sure thing. Jose Altamirano. Leroy Andino. Stephanie Arroyo.
Present.
Eric Alcancela. Adem Brija.
Here.
Yolanda Brown.
Present.
Eva Chan.
Present.
Ann Collier.
Here.
Carlos Diaz.
Here.
Angela is excused. Jessica Elliott.
Present.
Jose Encarnacion.
Present.
Judith Ferraro.
Present.
Roger Flores is excused. Sandy Garcia is excused. David Giordano is excused. John Green.
Here.
Robert Harvey.
Present.
Jada Heredia. James Horton.
Present.
Ivy Hume.
Present.
Alonzo Johnson.
Present.
Robin Krinsky,
Present.
Marissa Mack,
Present.
Giselle Malave,
Present.
Trisha Martin,
Present.
Francis Mastroda, Malik McCullough,
Present.
Jennifer Meyer,
Present.
Jessica Morris,
Here.
Nelsa Orama, Beverly Pabon,
Present.
Andrew Padilla,
Present.
Miguel Pava,
Present.
Shirley Pena, Art Perez,
Present.
Present.
Robert Perez.
Present.
Okay, both the Perez's. Savasia Robinson Teague, Natasha Rodriguez,
Present.
Juan Sanders,
Present.
Xavier Santiago,
Present.
Isaac Scott,
Present.
Russell Schuler,
Present.
Jimmy Torres, Jason Villanueva, Andy Vives Vasquez, Nye Whitaker,
Present.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Present.
Gordon Wright,
Present.
Jason Wu is excused. We have quorum.
Thank you very much, Angel. The agenda for tonight's meeting was distributed ahead of time on both to all of our membership and posted on the website for the public record. If there is no objection, we will adopt the agenda as stated. Board members, if you object to adopting the agenda, you may raise your hand through Zoom.
Angel, I am present.
I got you, Francis. Thank you.
I see, Carlos, you have your hand raised. Are you objecting to the adopt? You're muted, Carlos, you're muted. Could you unmute? Are you objecting to the adoption of the agenda?
No, I'm not. I'm making a motion to accept the agenda.
Okay, so we're doing, thank you very much, Carlos. We're doing basically through unanimous consent. So because it was shared already, unless you have an objection, it's considered adopted. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we have adopted, I don't see any other hands, Angel, do you?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. The motion is carried. A few ground rules for those, again, wishing to speak with our pre-registered speakers. We're moving on to this section. You'll see right there. You're going to be afforded 3 minutes each. A couple of our typical protocol is that we ask when you're presenting, you have 2 minutes and then allow 1 minute to take Q&A. Please, you got to sign up. We have to put it on public record, providing your name and affiliation. You got your 3 minutes, 2 for a presentation and 1 for Q&A. You should address your testimony to the board, not to the public. I cannot emphasize that enough. To the board members. You should speak clearly and into your microphone. Be prepared to respond to board members who may ask questions in order to clarify facts and opinions presented in your comments. Board members should only ask clarifying questions. Commentary is to be refrained from. So going forward, those ground rules. Angel, has anyone signed up to speak in the public session?
Yes, we have a nice long list.
Oh,
First,
lovely. Excited. Yes.
right. The first registered speaker is Lydia Butler with the Harlem East Block Association.
Okay, Lydia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Lydia. Yes, you have 2 minutes to present, 1 minute for Q&A.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lydia Butler. I live on Madison Avenue. I'm also a member of the Harlem East Block Association. I've lived in East Harlem for 17 years, and I'm really appalled at the way this community and its residents are treated. I used to live on the Upper West Side, where the residents and their concerns are really taken seriously. If you lived here, you would be able to see that you can't walk more than a block without seeing someone passed out on the sidewalk, a drug deal occurring, someone hunched over with a needle stuck in his arm, someone high as a kite ranting and raving and intimidating school children, elderly people, and everyone else. Our neighborhood already has an oversaturation of drug rehab centers, methadone clinics, and supportive housing units that, although on paper sound like a wonderful thing, the reality is they just bring more and more drug activity to our streets. Besides the fact that these people don't live in our community, they're brought in for these programs. More than 75% of the people being treated in Harlem come from other communities. And before you think that I'm a not in my backyard constituent, please hear this point, that we already have far more social services than any other neighborhood in Manhattan, far more. In fact, in July, the Daily News had an article about this very situation, and they said it perfectly. They said, this neighborhood's compassion for people who are working through difficulties is now being exploited. We're not saying we don't want to serve people that need help, but putting more people with drug abuse problems in such a small radius certainly does not help them either. And in only a matter of a few short weeks, our block association has gathered a few hundred registered voters to monitor what our public officials are doing to help us, the constituents and the voters of East Harlem. And by election day, our group will be even bigger. And this may come as a surprise to a lot of people, but in East Harlem, we care and we vote.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Any questions from our community board membership? Beverly Pavon.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Shalom. Ms. Butler, thank you for that presentation. Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Somewhat, Beverly. You speak directly into the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Much.
Okay, I had it up in my ear here. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Butler, for that presentation. And I'd like to have some more information about the 100 voters that you have joined together to monitor what the elected officials are doing for the community. Can you tell me some more about that, please?
Yes, is my microphone still on?
It is.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm a member of the Harlem East Block Association, and we've had a very vigorous voter registration drive, especially in the past few weeks. And it's pretty recent, but because so many people are seeing what's happening in the neighborhood and really, really want to get involved and have a strong voice, we are really organizing and banding together.
Okay.
Do you have a website or a email address, anything that you can support?
Yes, we do. You know what? I'm sure that someone else will speak about that.
Okay.
Probably Eva Chan. Not sure off the top of my head
Okay.
what the website is.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
I can find it and
Thank
put it in
you.
the chat, though.
Thank you, Beverly. I have 2 more questions that I saw from board members, and I'll double check the list. Stephanie, I saw you lowered yours. Nye Whitaker.
I just was asking for the speaker to clarify which portion of the district by blocks, when you say Harlem East Block Association, if you could please clarify. I'm familiar with the name of the organization, but if you could clarify which area, which in the entire CB11 your association represents, I think that would be helpful to all of the members of the board.
Yes, we are between Madison and Park Avenues, between 116th and 120th Streets.
Thank you very much. And to whatever other future speakers, if you could please have demographics about when you say you have 100 people or plus on a petition, again, if you could denote where the jurisdiction and or districts or area they represent would be helpful for us as we move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Nye. I'm seeing that Eva Chan has put information in the chat with the website related to that reference point, and I'm going to acknowledge one more before we move on to our next speaker, Dawn Sanders.
Thank you. I was just, I had heard there were some voter drives. Is this group affiliated with like a particular political party, or are you? I'm just curious because it seems like you're saying that as we get closer to the elections, this group is going to come together and vote.
We are primarily Democrat, but we are mainly concerned with who will serve our area the best. So we're not really, we are primarily registered Democrats, but we're, just looking mainly at who's doing what for us.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you for that presentation. Appreciate your time here. Everyone is valued, and thank you for registering your concerns. Angel, our next registered speaker, please.
Anna Burrows with Harlem East Block Association.
Hannah Burrows, are you here?
Diana Barrows?
Yes.
Diana Burrows?
I'm
Yep.
here, yes.
Okay.
My name is Diana Barrows, and I'm part of the Harlem East Block Association. I was previously part of MP5, which was a landlord homeowners association that included 40 townhouses between Madison, 5th, 118th Street, and 117th Street. When we started talking to Eva, we decided to merge because we started to see that the issues were bigger, and we wanted to form a larger coalition. I registered to speak because I've been here 20 plus years in the townhouse on Madison, and I have seen the neighborhood go through different cycles. And way back when drug dealing was heavy on 117 and Madison, I got together with the other homeowners and we started a big campaign with the police precinct, the community board, and the DA's office. And eventually there was a sting. And now it came out of a public housing, which is now private. We had nothing to do with that part, but we're ready to mobilize and clean our neighborhood. I'm very concerned, along with the other residents here, because we have seen an increase number of people on the street acting violently, fighting invisible demons. One woman's granddaughter was hit, assaulted by a drug addict in Mount Morris Park. And I've passed by people casually exchanging drugs in front of me. So I'm very alarmed because I walk these streets with my granddaughter. And I don't like what I'm seeing. It's getting to a point of becoming very bold. And it's not a good idea to bring in so many more methadone and these types of programs for drug addicts from outside our area. We're not even servicing our own people. We're servicing Staten Island, Long Island, other areas. And we're bringing them into an area that's already in crisis. And what are the supports? There's housing developments coming up with formerly incarcerated people, formerly homeless people. We want to know, what are the supports in place for these people that are coming in? Because there are homeless shelters that have come in. And I saw an influx of people coming up to me very aggressively, following me around, asking me for money. I'm afraid to use the playgrounds and the parks with my granddaughter. And I don't think it should be this way. I think there should be a quality of life for everybody. And the playgrounds are not being renovated, green spaces are not being protected for people, but yet we have an influx of drug addicts coming in.
Thank you,
So
Diana.
we're very alarmed by that.
No, thank you. I have been boots on the ground with that. We're at your 3-minute mark. And I'm going to ask Angel, who If he could please keep tabs on that as we go through the meeting as well. Are there any questions from board members? I do want to mention that we did pass a moratorium in the beginning of the year, and I would welcome you to come to our Human Services Committee meeting. We're in the process of going through with the Executive Committee and reviewing questions and calling in those service providers to review and see who are good partners and who are not. It is something that's been quite a source of contention, and we are honed in on it. And I appreciate you coming here. And if you would please come to our Human Service Committee to present or to participate, I would greatly appreciate that. Yes, you had a follow-up comment, and then I'm going to move to the next speaker.
Besides being curious about the supports being put in place, I really think there should be a stop and to this methadone clinic coming into the neighborhood. I think it's too much and it has to stop. That's how we all feel. It's just too much. So that was my last comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
for
very
listening.
much. No, thank you for being here. I will drop my information in the chat. More than willing to have an offline conversation and see ways we can work together to improve all of the neighborhood in an equitable fashion. Thank you very much. And please come to our Human Services meeting. You can find it at CB11M.org. You'll find the calendar tab. Next, Angel.
Next registered speaker is Julian Harper.
Ms. Harper, Julia Harper.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Julian or so Julian, right?
Julian.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please. Yeah, I have 2 minutes and then 1 minute for question.
Okay, again, my name is Julian Harper. I'm part of East Harlem Block Association. I live on 5th Avenue between 117 and 118. And not to reiterate what everyone else is saying, but these quality of life issues are a major problem in this community. With the drug clinics that are being put in our community, there's also a major homeless issue as well. I mean, I find myself walking in the community and people are building these little makeshift beds and these little makeshift cardboard apartments, for lack of a better term. And again, I can't walk down the street. It's difficult for my wife. One of my neighbors was accosted by someone who was attempting to get into her home behind her while she was entering her house. And part of the problem, I think, is that we don't have enough policing. Now, I know that people are opposed to over-aggressive policing, and I agree with that. We don't need over-aggressive policing, but we need quality policing. And if we can't feel safe in our own communities, in our own homes, because of the lack of effort to ensure that we have a healthy quality of life, then we have to hold our elected officials and everyone who's responsible for that accountable. When we talk about the specific quality of life issues, we know that there is an issue with homelessness. We understand that we need to do that in the sense of effectively supplying quality homes for people, but we can't allow them to live on these streets. We can't allow them to be in our yards. And it's very, very frightening for some of the women in the community, for the children. So if we don't have an effective and a well-balanced response to these social issues, then it's going to be problematic for the community as a whole.
2 minutes. Was that it, Julian? I just wanted to remind you of 2 minutes.
Yes, no, I understand, yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any questions from our board? I see Judith Ribeiro. Judith, you're up. Judith?
Yes, okay. Yes, this is not just a human services. This is also a public safety. I live across the street from Mount Morris Park, and I was walking from my building down to Mount Morris Park West, and I saw a couple of people doing these makeshift places also. I don't know if they're still there, but that has to be stopped, especially in the park. People are afraid to go into the park, and it's really sad because it's really a beautiful park. So it's not just human services. Public safety has a lot to do with that. and we have to try to control this somehow. I'm also part of the homeowners association.
Thank you, Judith. Or if there are no further questions, I would remind everyone who's participating, especially those other registered speakers, there's an issue of commentary when it comes to housing or public safety and transportation. We do have those committees that meet, and we do speak with one another. The executive committee that meets once a month. I would recommend attending those as well, because if you're dealing with the public safety issue, it should be out there. If it's a housing issue, this helps inform us. Also, human services with a lot of the substance abuse and healthcare issues. Julian, thank you very much. Again, I'm going to drop my information in the chat in just a moment. We'll move on to the next speaker, and I implore everyone who's presenting, please reach out to me. Next speaker, Angel.
Colin Clark with the Harlem East Block Association.
Clark. Clark. I'm going to start calling Bueller. Bueller. Next.
The next speaker just gave, I think, their first name, Naima with the Harlem East Block Association.
Naima. Do we have Naima present? Next, Angel.
Next speaker also only give their first name, Shirley with the Madison Avenue HDFC.
Shirley. Do we have Shirley? Okay. Next, Angel.
Rosa Dominguez with the Harlem East Block Association.
Rosa. Rosa Dominguez. Okay.
Richard Taylor with Metro Plus Health.
Richard Taylor. Are you present, Richard? Okay, I am literally going to start calling Bueller from Harris Bueller's Day Off. So next.
Nina Saxon.
Our Nina. I know Nina's there. Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't supposed to sit that public session. It's for the elected officials. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Nina. Any other public speakers?
Yes, one more. Sam Hernandez.
Sam Hernandez. Calling again, Sam Hernandez. Okay.
Yvette Rivera.
Yvette. Yvette Rivera. Okay. Next.
Robin Krinsky.
Robin, I know, is here. Robin Krinsky.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a moment. I spoke at the another committee meeting about the COVID mandate and its effect on staffing in hospitals in our district. So when I did present, I spoke about the 1199 impending strike for October 4th. I just want everyone to be aware that that was averted. The 1199 contract was signed this weekend, so there's not going to be any strike. The second item is that at midnight last night, all healthcare providers were required to have at least their first dose of a COVID vaccine or the one dose of the Johnson & Johnson. After that, they would be terminated from employment in hospitals, in skilled nursing facilities, and other areas in which they are front-facing to patients. This is an enormous public health crisis because there are at least 10% in most hospitals in New York City in which they have not been vaccinated. This is not just nurses and physicians, but this is support staff. We can't run a hospital without food service, laundry, transportation. I have asked in my hospital where I work, which is Mount Sinai, Maine, for a contingency plan, and I have not received any information. So my ask of this committee is to reach out to all of the hospitals within the Community Board 11, as well as skilled facilities, to see what the contingency plans are for the members when they need health care, if we don't have enough providers to give that care. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I see one hand raised from Nye Whitaker. Nye.
Thank you, Robin. Vice Chair Robin is a member of the Health and Human Services Committee. She's just recently joined. We did speak about this at our committee, and I have been in contact with both the New York City and New York State Department of Health, as well as all of the hospitals within our district, as well as 1199, DC 37, and other unions that this may affect, as well as the governor's office regarding the executive order she signed last night, and the mayor's office, with, in addition to healthcare workers, also are teachers and educational staff that this impacts. So the health committee is definitely on top of this, and will continue to share updates as they become available. So thank you, Robin, and thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Diane Collier.
Thank you, Xavier. I have a question regarding the dismissal of the healthcare workers, and I guess it would also apply to the teachers, who I think is facing the same thing, but mostly since we're talking about healthcare. Will that impact their benefits as well if they are laid off?
So there have been some people that I know that have been terminated because they have refused the vaccine and have not put in a waiver for religious or medical exemption. I'm aware that in the Sinai system, and I only can speak from that over 900 people put in for religious exemption. That has extended their employment until, and the date is a moving target, so I think it is October 15th, in which they will get a response from management if that religious exemption has been accepted. So right now, we're not seeing the full impact of people who have been terminated because there are 900 people sort of on that list. As far as medical, as far as medicine goes, if you have a medical exemption, it has become very cumbersome to get one. You just cannot have a physician write a letter that says this person does not need the vaccine or this person is allergic. There's a particular form in New York State that has to be filled out by an allergist, and it has to, the person has to be tested. So it's not easy to get an exemption both for religion or for medicine. That applies to anyone who is working, even if they are working remotely, even if they are on leave of absences.
Thank you for that. And I kind of understand that, but I guess my concern is for those who don't have either of those. So they're going to be terminated because they don't have anything to say why they should not take what will happen to their own benefits?
Diane, sorry, this is Nye Whitaker. From the meetings that I had both yesterday and this morning, it is not a one size fits all. It depends on the person's level of status. For example, are they part of administration? Are they part of healthcare staff? Are they a member of a union? Are they a temp or a healthcare worker on contract? So it does vary, and I'm happy to follow up with you offline.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Nye. I was going to get to your hand raised. I saw that, and I remind all of our membership.
Sorry. I apologize.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We're not in our committee members where it's a little bit more relaxed. I just want to remind all our membership, it'd be more than appropriate to address it. Questions should be directed to our board members, and that's fine. I appreciate that. Diane, if there are no more
there's no more
who had their hands raised.
Xavier, but I do see that Jason put something in the chat.
Yeah, I want him to, he had his hand raised, and I'm going to ask him to put that in the public because there are members who occasionally dial in and cannot see the chat. Was there anything else, Diane? Okay. Jason, your question.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having some internet challenges. Is there, I guess the question that from what I was hearing is there a severance package?
Robin?
So I'm sorry, I was just typing in the chat. So it really depends on the organization, if you will get terminal benefits. It's dependent on also your position within the organizations. But there will be no unemployment in New York State for someone who refuses the vaccine and doesn't have a religion or a medical waiver. That was very clear from the get-go when this came down from Governor Cuomo. So I know that I'm in a unionized facility, and they will extend your benefits until mid-October. And they're depending, I guess, on your, if you resign or you're terminated, would depend on if you would get a severance package or how many weeks they would pay out on your terminal benefits of vacation and whatnot accumulated.
Thank you, Robin. That sounds like
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason, for that question. Marissa Mack, last board member question, then we're going to move on to the next public speaker.
Thank you, Xavier. And this is actually more of a statement than a question. Robin, thank you for sharing. I know Nye connected us via email and actually just responded to you recently regarding this. So happy to hear about the shift for 1199, but then also just raising a concern and something that I think that all the committees here, just about all committees here, should consider the fact that this can be something that will be an impact for our community. As I see it in different areas on the economic, on the public safety, and possibly on the housing, as people not necessarily lose their jobs, but possibly step away or be asked to step away from their jobs and their position. So I think that this is an area that multiple committees might want to discuss. We will discuss this as a part of economic development going forward, because again, when you're thinking about individuals, their jobs, income, how that trickles down to the community in terms of living, and also in terms of services and putting back into the community, that's to be something to consider as we move forward. So thank you for bringing this to our attention and to light, and just for all to think about how this impacts your committee specifically.
Thank you very much, Marissa. And thank you, Robin, for the presentation. Next, Angel, was that our last registered speaker?
Oh, the next speaker is Enmi Uribe.
Enmi?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't hear. This is actually a last minute request for a community garden. We're having a fundraiser on October 23rd, and it's becoming a little bigger. And I know you need more time in order to close down a street, but we wanted to see if we could get special permission to close the street on 100th between Lexington and Park.
So we typically have any of those presentations brought before licenses and permits. And if you've grown beyond that, I will have to speak with our executive committee, which meets at the on Thursday, tomorrow. Bringing this business before the board will be slightly challenging. And if you, in previous years, have you spoken with the partners over at 101st Street with the Open Street program? Okay.
Yes.
So
before.
Yes, I understand that, but we'll need you to get, have you prepared all information?
What was that? It cut off. I didn't hear.
Yeah, have you prepared all your information?
All of our information, you said?
Yes, that you presented in the past for street closures.
We have it, yes. I would have to find it though, because I've never presented before. It's been Maggie to present it.
Yes,
Our
and
manager.
we know Maggie. So what I would
Mhm.
recommend is get all that collated. I'm not going to present it on the agenda tonight. I think that we've got a very full agenda, or as they say, chock-a-block. Get that all prepared. We have executive committee tomorrow, and we can take it under consideration after we consult post this meeting. And because again, this all I just seen the emails this afternoon. And so to present that at the last minute would be very difficult for the entire body to entertain. However, if you would please get it all prepared and sent out for email to Angel and Nilsa and the executive committee, we can then take it under consideration, which we meet tomorrow. Okay.
Excellent. All we asked for.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Angel, was that our last presenter?
Yes, that was the last registered speaker.
I've got a comment, Xavier, my hand's up.
Yeah, hold on just a second. Is it in reference to our last presenter, Jessica?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. I'm sorry I missed your hand.
Just to note that East 100 between Lex and Park has been an open street on select, I believe, Saturday mornings. There is a community partner involved from the church. I'm not sure which church it is, but it becomes a prayer street. So whether a formal permit is needed or whether the street can be closed under the open streets frame of permission is something to also explore.
Thank you, Jessica. Yes, we're both of those streets we're historically aware of, and I appreciate you and your advocacy, and I love your passion, and it's been great working with you throughout the pandemic and prior, which is why I'm recommending so that the body can take it all under consideration. Executive committee, which can and has in the past, especially during this pandemic, acted on behalf of the board. So that way we can fully assess everything and present it for a post ratification process. I'm pretty sure a lot of our membership would want time to digest, but they have a wholehearted trust in how we proceed. So that's why the recommendation, because the information isn't even prepared to present tonight. So I just had the emails here, and we're very appreciative of the situation and how timely and understanding. So that is why that recommendation was brought forth. And thank you, and I invite you to come attend tomorrow if you have the bandwidth. So I'll look forward to those emails to be sent over. I saw Isabella's email as well. So thank you very much. There are no other questions. If we could, I see Jenny Schobel. Is she a registered speaker or is she an elected representative?
I'm an elected speaker. Can you hear me?
So you're an elected representative.
No, I just registered to speak.
You registered to speak. Carly and Angel, are you seeing that registration?
It's not on the list, but you can have her speak.
Yeah, so Jenny Scobel, I have, we have you here in the chat with the SCOBEL.
Yes.
Please, you have, I'll give you 2 minutes to present. Any questions, please?
I live on 117th Street and Park Avenue, and I'm a member of the Harlem East Block Association Incorporated. And I just have 3 questions for the board. One is, where do the monies come for the shelters and the facilities, and who determines how the funds are allocated? And may we have a list of those providers? I'm done. It's just a question.
Thank you. Angel, did you want to go to bat first on this?
Yeah, Jenny, I don't know that top of my head. You can send us an email at the office and I'll find the information for you and get back around.
Yeah, it's so Jenny, what I will say real quick is that as it relates to this, it's about basically asking a question about, like, how did an agency get formed without reading the power broker, dealing with Robert Moses. There's so many different ways that funding happens and shelters and the process. being a bit of a wonk, I enjoy it, but I will tell you that it's a bit of a complex.
I'm a
dive.
wonk too.
Huh?
I'm a wonk too.
I love it. I love it. So please send those questions to Angel and let's go for a deep dive. And then we can go in, and I appreciate you being here very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Jessica, did you have a follow-up question to that, or just your hand's still up? Oh, okay, it's down. All right, thank you. If there are no other questions. Angel, could we just double check on the list, those that did not answer, just to make sure we covered our bases before we move to our elected official reports?
No more registered speakers.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Who was first to sign up for elected officials?
Diana Ayala. Remember Diana Ayala's on.
Diana?
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Councilmember Ayala. Just wanted to come through and say hello and wish all of the new members happy, onboarding to Community Board 11. I'm hopeful that many of you have had the opportunity to have at least participated in a few of the meetings throughout the pandemic. But if you haven't, I'm sure that you're gonna love Community Board 11. It's a very active community board, one of my favorites, and we're happy to have you join in the discussions. Really here though, because I know that there's been a lot of conversation, even prior to me getting on, about the methadone facilities and the homeless shelters. And so I'm here to answer any questions, but I also am here to clarify that I do not, and I want to be very clear, I do not and have not ever in my tenure authorized any additional programs. As a matter of fact, have been very actively fighting to prevent the addition of methadone facilities coming into the community, even though they're not within my purview. There's a state, issue. I have, been very vocal about that. I have been very actively involved in those conversations around specifically 125th Street. I also wanted to add that as it relates to shelter sightings, I also, I do have some say in terms of where they go. But I don't have final say, right? Those are city decisions that are made, and we usually do weigh in, and we have not, in my tenure, again, had any additional shelters come into the community. So I wanted to just put that out there, but I also wanted to share that, growing up, I spent, some time in a homeless shelter myself, right? I was homeless twice, and many of the people in this community have a similar story. So I am not anti-shelter, and I am not, a NIMBY by any choice, but so I want to just be respectful and say that, people deserve a place to live. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. We have had, the most homeless families living in shelter in the history of New York City. And, and that's a shame, right? And I think that we all should be shouldering some of that burden and, and accommodating whenever we can. I do, however, agree that East Harlem and the South Bronx part of my district as well have been oversaturated. I think maybe because the real estate was easy to find. It was very convenient to place shelters here and in the South Bronx. But that has not happened since I have been in office. Because, again, not because I'm anti-shelter, but rather because we have more than our fair share. And with that, unfortunately, as we've seen on 125th Street, while we're trying to be good neighbors and understanding, we're also not getting the additional resources that we should be getting as a community to supplement sanitation, to supplement other things that may, unintended consequences that may occur. And I've been very vocal about that. So, I just want to be very, very crystal clear. On 116th Street, we have a problem. We have a heroin problem, and it actually borders way beyond 116th Street. It hits 116th Street, 117th Street from 3rd all the way to Park, 116th Street on Park Avenue, 110th Street between 3rd Avenue and Park Avenue, 111th Street all the way from Park to 113th. We have, the city and nationally, we're in the midst of a huge opioid crisis. This is not specific to us. It's unfortunate that we're seeing it. And, you know, and we are actively working and engaging with folks that need access to treatment because these individuals are sick. But we are also very, you know, involved in trying to ensure that, you know, the drug dealers that are coming to profit, right, in our communities are also being held responsible for their actions as well, because I don't tolerate that. I don't tolerate it at all. I don't want my children walking down the street and seeing, you know, the state that some of these people are in. I don't want your kids to do that. But I also recognize that, you know, this is not our attention, and our focus is not so much on the user, but rather on the individuals that are making these drugs readily available in our communities.
Thank you.
And so, you know, I have been working on it. And I'm here to answer any questions if anybody has any. But I just wanted to be very clear on all of those points.
Great. Do any of our, again, thank you very much, council member, for being here. It has been a challenge that has been long coming for 10 plus years. So I want to open it up to our community board members. If they have any questions, please raise your hands. Again, reminding you to please raise your hands for our community board members. Seeing that there are none from our community.
Can Xavier, 1 second, there was one question in the chat about reducing, you know, methadone clinics again.
Right, so I would ask that,
That is a state issue. No,
yeah,
we need to clarify. We need
yeah,
to clarify.
no, I would, yes, I understand. It's bringing in the public record. So I'll allow this one, and then as soon as you're done presenting, and if Nilsa is ready, I will pass the con to her. About the question with reduced concentration of methadone clinics in our area during your tenure. So please answer that one, and then I'm going to remind people that it has to be with community board members with questions. So
yeah,
go ahead.
So yeah, so you know, methadone clinics are, you know, that's a state issue. I don't have a lot of jurisdiction there, but we have had meetings with Oasis in terms of the oversaturation issue to try to get some of those clinics relocated. And they have, you know, no interest in doing that. They have been very adamant that they have no plans on doing it now or ever, because it's very difficult to open once they're closed. They've also been here for over 40 years. So, you know, they don't, you know, it is what it is. I continue to have those conversations. I welcome you to have those conversations. But, you know, again, it's a work in progress, and, you know, we're doing the best that we can on the very, very difficult situation, you know, times. So, you know, again, my office is right on 116th Street. I'm more than happy to have a meeting if you would like that, so that I can further clarify where we are and what we're doing. But, you know, we are out there. We're out there every day.
Okay. Thank you, council member. I see one question from Marissa Mack. Marissa.
Yes, thank you, Diana, and thank you for, you know, coming to our meetings frequently and for stating your opinion and what you have been doing in regards to that matter, and also just in general helping to alleviate and to, I guess, clean up some of 125th Street and the other areas that you have mentioned. And I want to say clean up, but help in the beautification of the neighborhood, we'll say that. What else can be done? And I'm just, it's interesting that more people don't have their hands up that were speaking before, but now they have the opportunity to speak to you. But what more, I guess, can be done on the state level, understanding that you are doing what you can on this level here. But what more can be done to say, you know, again, like, yes, we are supportive of what is here, but let's put a stop to this at some time, you know, and let's kind of, you know, have a limit as to what we are willing to say that we're going to do. What can we do? Understanding that, yes, it's at the state level and it's not necessarily something that you are, you know, just saying yes to and approving, but, you know, just like what else can be done?
Well, I think that we've been
to help in the fight, right? To not necessarily fight, you know. And I know this is again this so touchy in regards to words and what have you. But what can we do to be on the side of, yes, we support, however,
yeah,
you know.
Well, I think we
Go
have
ahead,
been
council member.
Yeah, we have been doing that, Marissa. I think we have, so through the task force, through the 125th Street, working group, we have invited Oasis to the table. They've been very, cooperative as of late. And they're very much interested in trying to figure this out with us, but they have, verbally, indicated that they have no intentions of, opening anything else in the community, and that anything that should arise would obviously have to come before the board and be approved by the board. But we're at least now at a place where we're having conversations and they're at the table, which I think is really important. And because of that, we have been successful in avoiding 2 additional sites programs from coming into the Lee building, in the last couple of years. And the community board was instrumental in that as well.
Yeah, I thank you, council member. I can.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those questions, Marissa. What I can tell our attendees is that there have been numerous phone calls that myself and Ilsa, Angel, and others have been on to address this. I mean, in the countless hours, and we know it's again, and when I refer to the comment about wonks and reading the Power Broker and Robert Moses, it's very applicable in this sense. I do see some hands from the members of the public. I would ask, just because it is now 7:33 and trying to keep everything on an agenda, council member, would you be willing to come to one of our Human Services Committee meetings to address additional questions? We can really get into the weeds on this. Okay, so any of those members that it relates and those that are presented, this is your opportunity when we have our October Human Services Committee meeting to come in and we can really dive deep. This is where the work's done. I want to remind everyone, committee meetings, that's where the work's done. And then as the full body, we come together and weigh in on everything. So I would implore any of you who have from the East Harlem Neighborhood Block Association and others, please just come to this meeting. We can sit down with our elected officials that we're inviting, and you've heard it first here. Our council member is going to participate. So thank you very much, council member, for being here. We all share the same passion of making this community better and helping all those from A to Z. Moving on, Angel, would you please kindly tell us the order of attendees from the elected officials' offices, and whether we have the elected officials present or their representatives, who in order, so we can queue this up and go through. I see Nils has joined us, just so we can pass the baton.
We have Damaris Oliva from Senator Serrano's office, Will Lopez from Councilmember Kalos's office, and Isabella Burrows from Borough President Brewer's office.
Many thanks. So we'll have Senator Serrano's office up first. And Nilsa, real quick, are you ready to take over? Would you like me to finish this section before we go to the Borough President's report?
Hi, Xavier. Finish this section. As you see, my throat is not all that great, so I appreciate it.
Very good. Okay. Let's begin. Damaris, are you ready?
I am. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here tonight. Just to chime in on the previous topic, our office is also happy to join the October Human Services Committee meeting, and the senator will be also happy to join that meeting as well. I just have a few updates. So still so many New Yorkers suffering from the effects of this pandemic, and for whom an extension to unemployment benefits would mean a world of difference for them and their families. So for that reason, the senator joined Senator Alessandro Biaggi and his colleagues in the legislature in a letter to Senator Schumer and the New York congressional delegation requesting an extension to all federal unemployment insurance. Our office continues to get calls from constituents who either still haven't received their unemployment benefits from the previous round, or who have received partial benefits, or who haven't been able to file. So we continue to work with them. So if anyone knows of anyone who needs assistance, who hasn't been able to get through the Department of Labor, we are here, and we are happy to see those cases through to the end. So please feel free to reach out to our office, and we're happy to help with that. I'll put the info in the chat. The next update is, so in August, the State Senate met for an extraordinary session and voted to extend the eviction moratorium through January 2022 to allow New Yorkers to stay in their homes during the pandemic. More recently, Governor Hochul has expressed her commitment to expediting the rollout of the COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which was created in our state budget, and there were some holdups. But the program protects both tenants and homeowners by providing financial assistance for rent arrears directly to landlords. So we're still encouraging. We know that there have been a lot of hiccups with the program and folks haven't gotten the funds as quickly as we'd hoped. But we're still encouraging tenants, both tenants and landlords, to apply through the New York State COVID Rental Assistance Program. There's a link on Senator Serrano's website. If you need help with the application, please feel free to reach out to our office. We can also help with the application, or if you did submit an application and you haven't heard back, you can also reach out to our office and we can help find out the status. Finally, our office, we're always, if people have requests for masks, PPE, hand sanitizer, we're always taking those requests, and we're happy to provide for any community events and anything you have going on, any organizations who might be in need, please feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to send some your way. And just a quick reminder that our office has moved. We've been there a couple months now, but just to remind everyone, we're now on 100th Street between 1st and 2nd Avenues. So feel free to stop by and see us. We were there from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. So we are, happy to help with anything you need.
Wonderful. If there are any questions for Damaris. Seeing that there are none from our CB membership, thank you very much for being here. I hope all is well.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to Ben Wilfredo from Ben Kalis's office, and then we're going to have Nina Saxton from the Comptroller's office as well. Ben Kalis's office. Will, are you there?
Yeah, it's me. The council member would love to have been here, but he's away on religious observance tonight. So he just wanted me to pass on some of the things that our office is working on. Motorcycle and vehicle noise has been one of the top complaints that our office continuously gets, specifically up and down 1st and 2nd Avenue. And being an East Harlem resident, I know that starts in our part of the 1st Avenue corridor and goes all the way down. So in order to combat this, we introduced a bill last week which would call for the city to use noise focusing cameras that would pick up where the noise is coming from. And the technology has gotten so advanced that it can triangulate which car this is coming from and actually send a ticket directly by mail by virtue of a license plate. So that's something that we're hoping to work on over the next 3 months to get passed, because obviously this has been an issue, especially during the summer months. Last week, the council also passed 2 bills that we've been working on. Both bills would rewrite the city's environmental purchasing plan, which is just a fancy way of saying over the last 20 years, the city has not updated how they choose their environmentally sustainable products. So the city still buys compact fluorescent light bulbs, even though there are LEDs that are more efficient. The city still buys brand new furniture instead of buying furniture from recycled materials. This new rewriting of the plan could save the city upwards to $5 to $7 billion out of the $20 billion that we spend every year in contracting. The council also heard a bill that I've been working on for the last 2.5 years, and it's probably the most important bill we've worked on to date that affects East Harlem, and this is a registration bill for Airbnbs. So I personally know this. I know some board members also have lived in buildings where entire units are being leased for the sole purpose of Airbnb usage. This is a security risk, and it also takes away from the city's affordable housing stock. So what our bill would do is it would mandate everyone who wants to participate in Airbnb to register with the city for a license. In doing so, they would have to give a copy of their lease or have a written consent from their landlord. This would put landlords on notice that the apartments are being used for this purpose. It would also allow the city to siphon off apartments that aren't supposed to be used for this purpose, which are, rent controlled buildings that are in any way subsidized by the city, and apartments that are in public housing complexes. It would also force the city to enforce state law, which states that no unhosted stays can be done for the purpose of Airbnb. The only way Airbnbs are legal in New York City, a host has to be present during the duration of the entire stay. So hopefully with the passing of this bill, we can help avoid a lot of the issues that we've been facing, not only in East Harlem, but across New York City, and recoup a lot of these apartments, which can go to helping abate the issues we're having with lack of affordable housing. The last thing is, I know there's a lot of fear and uncertainty and doubt around the looming federal government shutdown. Just a reminder for everyone, that won't affect your local elected officials. They will still be here. We will still be here working to help. If anything happens, we'll obviously be ready to help in that situation. So hopefully they get that figured out at the federal level. And if not, I'll see you next month with another update around that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Will. Any questions for Will from our board membership? Seeing that there are none, thank you, Wilfredo. Give our best to the council member. Moving on, we have Nina Saxon from Comptroller Scott Stringer's office, also a former alum of Community Board 11. Nina?
Yes, really quickly. Good evening, Community Board 11. First and foremost, Harlem East Block Association. Sean Hill, who is also on this community board, is at this community board meeting. He is part of a larger coalition called the Greater Harlem Coalition. I think y'all need to get in contact with him. They've been doing amazing work around the methadone clinics and social services. And I think you all need to definitely have conversations to see how y'all can join. And if y'all need that information, if you don't, I guess you can put it in the chat. Secondly, on Thursday, the controller is hosting our African Heritage Celebration event, which is going to be on 133rd and 7th. But we are going to be giving out book bags, food bags, over 800 food bags, book bags, African food, masks, gloves, a lot of things. So if you are around or know communities that need food bags or book bags, please come through. I did send the flyer to Angel, but if no one has the flyer, just inbox me. And last, you know that the controller's office deals with the certificate of residency for people that are attending college. And because we are working from home remotely and coming into the office slowly, sometimes when people call, people are not actually in the office, they're doing it from home. If there's anyone who needs that certificate, who doesn't have it, and who needs to, and for them to stop them from going to school, please contact me. I don't care if it's 12 o'clock at night. I've been helping out a lot of families and a lot of students get that information like in one day. So if you need that information, I will put my information in the chat. But if y'all need to contact me in any way, I will leave all my information in the chat. I want to say thank you. Have a great meeting. I will be here until the very end. Thank you so much. If there's any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Nina. Are there any questions from our community board members? Okay, seeing that there are none, I just want to remind everyone here, that we, many of us have representatives working across the city, and Nina lives in this community and has served us. And I'm really glad she's here as well, representing the comptroller. I'm going to go to a question from one of our board members, Alonzo Johnson. Alonzo.
Yes, hi, I apologize. I'm still relatively new to the whole process. My question is for Nina, Ms. Saxon. You mentioned Sean Hill and the Greater Harlem Association, a coalition. Do you have any other contact information about that coalition that you can share?
Yes, sir. I'll put it in the box for you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Alonzo. Any other questions from our board members? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to close out our elected official reports and move on to our borough president's report. And I see Gail Brewer is on. Gail?
I am. I'm in somebody's bathroom because I don't want to disturb the meeting that's taking place. So that's where I am, just so you know. That looks funny. First of all,
the candidness of a New Yorker, tried and true. I love it. Carry on.
I'll be honest with you. So a couple of things. First of all, we all know in terms of open meetings that they could end in terms of being virtual on January 15th. And so we need to, as a borough and as a city, figure out the next steps. I think you know that if in fact it ends up being hybrid, then the borough president's office is giving everybody this OWL, which is basically the device that can help you have a better hybrid meeting. In terms of some of the thank you to Board 11 and all the community boards. At the Borough Board, the comments that you made on open restaurants were phenomenal. So I want you to know that when we submit our ULURP, we will be incorporating all of your great ideas. It was really extraordinarily inspiring to see how much work went into that discussion. I also want to mention locally, I love the new director of Metropolitan Hospital. I think she's doing a great job. She's done two things. One, there is, you know better than I, the Center for Comprehensive Health Practice. It's been there for a long time. They are moving to a new building next summer, a little bit delayed in terms of moving because of COVID and construction. But I believe that, and you know this, but I believe that she and Metropolitan is going to let them stay until they can move. Very responsible. The second thing about Metropolitan, though, is they need a new emergency room. It costs $65 million. I have written a letter to everybody I can think of in Washington. I don't know that it helps, but at least it puts it on their record. I would love to have the community board have a hearing, figure out what's needed, and also do your own research and discussion to see if you would do a similar resolution. It would make a huge difference to the hospital. She's been asking me about it constantly. I also want to talk about small businesses. Union Settlement rocks, their business development center and how they and Carrie King and all of you do Buy Local East Harlem. It's really a phenomenal effort. And I just want to congratulate you. Their most recent Union Settlements East Harlem Nights showed what is available and just the entrepreneurship, but also the collaboration. So congratulations. But in the real world of rent and owners, it's going to be challenging, even if everybody is able to stay in their current storefront and move in, we're still going to end up with rent issues. So we have been talking about this issue for about 40 years, but in our office with Diana Ayala's help and Helen Rosenthal and others, we have a storefront bill of rights, which actually had a hearing last week, 2299. I don't know if it's perfect, but at least it says every owner has to talk to the tenant of a storefront, of a business, and every tenant has to be given certain information before they sign a lease. And if there is a problem renewing, because sometimes there is, then there has to be a certain time period that the tenant has before they have to move. And if there is really another person who can move in, then that has to be clear. So none of this, I know somebody who's moving in, you have to leave, and then 7 years later, the street is built again. That's my experience. So hopefully that will be cleared up. regarding the schools, every year to the credit of Community District 4, there's a back to school fair. This year was really successful. The chancellor came, their superintendent. But you know, this has got to be the hardest, even maybe harder than last September, because we want to be back, but there's always a challenge. So PS 79, which is a special education school, as you know, I was there this morning to welcome the students back and also the incredible staff. You know, they had to close because there were staff members who got ill from COVID, and there was a lot of press around it. I hope that we were successful. I want to give the principal credit. Every single one of those students had a device and an internet connection. It's a tough group. I've had a special education child, I know. But I would say that they did their absolute best they possibly could. And if you have a moment to congratulate this school in your district, you should do so, because they worked hard to get that quarantine period to be academically supportive. I am very aware of the quality of life issues. I will work continually with the council member and the community board, but I have to say, I do get tons of complaints about the challenges that you know as well as I do, if not more, on 125th Street in Lex. And we got to still work at it. I know the mayor toured, but my phone calls and emails are continual, so I'm not giving up on it. With regarding NYCHA, which you know better than I have to congratulate during the summer between Matt, Scan, Angela's work. You should be very proud because it was a constant work to try to get tenants, whether it's the housing assistance, COVID support, job support, every single agency working together support. I went to all of these massive number of gatherings, and of course trying to get those damn guns and all of the work that has got them. Nobody else did as much as East Harlem. And I think you should know that, and you should know that it's got a base that can be worked with, and we just have to keep working. I do get frustrated. You may not have, and I should know this. There aren't too many. There are some dealing with packed and bad in East Harlem. For God's sake, as NYCHA, you have to talk to other agencies and not pretend that there isn't a sustainability office or waste management or what happened when we had all those meetings at Chelsea, Elliott, and Fulton. So the collaboration and coordination is just a huge issue, I have to tell you. I want to mention that as some of you have been joining us every Tuesday at 3 o'clock to talk about issues that are relevant, be it COVID, be it where's this money going that's coming from the federal government. I hope you continue to participate with us because I have to say every single discussion is informative. Even today with, you think you know everything about the god awful pandemic, but it turns out that we had no flu last year, but guess what? We're gonna have more flu this year because we don't have the wherewithal as a population to fight it because we didn't have it last year. So, and you can have the flu shot at the same time you have the booster or the regular COVID shot. There's a lot to learn, and no way can we learn that, at least I can't, unless we're constantly getting information, and that's what we do every Tuesday at 3. We are always focused on the arts, as you know, so we're going to have at 1 Center Street very soon an opening. You're welcome to join us. Amazing artists talking about the pandemic and what it meant to them, and they're putting it on the wall in terms of their amazing opportunities for art. Thank you very much, Community Board 11.
Thank you for that immense amount of information, and thank you for everything you do for us, Borough President Galbraith. Are there any questions from the board members? Okay, seeing that, well, we have one pop up from Dawn Sanders. Dawn?
I know we're supposed to just ask questions and not commentary, but I just want to point out that it's just so meaningful to work with small businesses concerning their rent. I mean, as a former business owner in East Harlem, it's a very big deal. It's real talk, and I'm just really glad to hear that's happening. So I just want to say thanks. Glad to hear about that.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Nye Whitaker.
Hey, Gail, I just want to be you when I grow up. I love that you're in the bathroom participating in this meeting. I'm just getting some complaints through Health and Human Services of people that are going to non kind of public-private, well-known testing and vaccination sites. They're going to pop-ups that they see in the street, which are overcharging for testing and or vaccination services. And I wasn't sure from your office if there was some place to either report these agencies or organizations that don't seem to be doing this, in the best interest of our community, or if you're also maybe hearing, any complaints that we should be aware of.
Oh, I didn't bring it up, but yes, in terms of testing, I have tons of complaints. I mean, first of all, students who have been told that they are in the company of somebody who has COVID, they have had to wait 6 hours, 4 hours in line to get a test, or they are told to come back. Need to come back, or you have to take a day off from work as a parent. So I would say that, and that's just, that's with the non-city sites, the folks that are, as you know, the for-profits. I will also tell you, and I learned this today, that you and I need to focus and get people to focus on going to the city sites, not to the ones you described, and not to the I described. So we're gonna publicize. We'll put it in the chat, but we're gonna publicize heavily. Go to the city sites. It makes no sense to go to the other ones, either from time constraints or from the fact that what you just described. So that's the only way I know. You can certainly let us know. We will let the city know, and you can do the same about what you might be even describing as illegal activities, because it's free with the city.
Amen. All right, thank you. I just wanted to double check on that.
Yep, there's not enough testing either, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you, and we're working on that on my other hat. So thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Madam Borough President.
All right, thank you, Nye. Thank you, Borough President Gail Brewer. We appreciate your participation. And now I have something else to razz you about, and your ardent support and dedication. Love it. So moving on, we have one person who didn't get on our list and wasn't raised to me. Thank you, Gail. Is Erica Gonzalez from our Assemblymember Robert Rodriguez's office. Going to give you 2 and then a minute for questions, so you can pop on in.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Just wanted to quickly touch base and let everyone know that, as I'm sure some people may know, our office is closed right now due to some construction and things that are going on in our office. However, we are still working with everyone virtually. So if anyone needs to make an appointment, they just give us a call and we can schedule something on the phone with them and work with them as to the best of our abilities. So just make sure if you are unable to get through that you do leave a voicemail, because we are actively checking that and returning phone calls. Right now, we continue to work on ERAP, as many people know, the small business grants through ESD. And then right now, we're also working on undocumented workers fund as well. So those are just some of the things that are kind of going on our side. Also want to put on everyone's radar right now, due to COVID, there's some changes and things that we're trying to plan, but with COVID, it makes it a little difficult. And that is our senior summit. I know that everyone is probably well aware that Robert has hosted that annually at Hunter College, but right now we're trying to plan it, bearing in mind all of the protocols that are going on right now. So please stay tuned for that. Looks like right now our tentative date for our senior summit is going to be October 22nd. We're going to hopefully find a location to have a couple tables at, and then also offer some workshops virtually. Again, right now it's in the midst of being planned. So please stay tuned to our newsletter in addition to our social media, and we'll be reaching out individually to multiple individuals and agencies to give them a little bit further information. That is all I have right now. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Erica. Any questions for Erica? See it that there are none. I appreciate you showing up. Sorry you got missed in the fray. This virtual environment is challenging at the best of times, and thank you for your patience.
No problem.
Let me go back over here. We're going to now, that concludes both our elected official reports and our borough president's report. We now have, and as soon as I make this introduction, I will then be passing the helm back to Nilsa for the presentation. We were supposed to have Miranda Goodwin, Rab, from the, and it's an update on the New York State Independent Redistricting Commission. And this is why we were so hard pressed last year with our census. This all plays a part, and they're hopefully going to draw it out in a way that I can actually present to my little ones, my 4- and 8-year-old, to understand how we have our elected reps. And in her stead, we have Isis McIntosh Green, who's the Deputy Director of the IRC, filling in for Miranda. So Isis.
Hi, is there a possibility you can give me capability to share my screen?
So, yeah, stand by. Angel and Carly will get that sorted for you.
Thank you.
You're clear to present now, Isis.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
You're clear to present now.
Okay, nothing else popped up on my side.
Then just go to share. We took our presentation down so that you could present.
I think it's because I'm in as an attendee.
Oh, hold on. Let's move it over.
While we get this sorted, everyone, I just want to remind all of our attendees that the September meeting is usually a very full and robust meeting, mainly because we have typically been in recess from anywhere from 1 to 2 months, although we may occasionally meet. We're catching up from all the events over the summer. So that's why it can seem a little bit more full as we go through the itinerary. So we're ready to present.
Okay, perfect. Yes.
Wonderful.
Well, hi, everyone. My name is Isis McIntosh Green. I serve as the Deputy Director for the Independent Redistricting Commission, and I thank Community Board 11 for allowing me to present tonight. Tonight actually started one of the Jewish holidays, and so Miranda had to log off by a certain time, but we are happy to be with you, and I understand there's a lot of business, so I'll get right ahead into it. And so essentially on this first slide, I just wanted to be able to share our social media accounts. Our Facebook as well as our YouTube is where we stream or we have streamed our public meetings in the past. Specifically, the YouTube has all of our archives. So if you did miss any of our public hearings over the summer, you can go to the YouTube page to catch up on that. And our Facebook as well as our website is where we stream our upcoming meeting. So I kind of just want to position a timeline, and many of you probably have already taken part in this process, but I really wanted to be able to just speak to folk that are a little bit uncertain of when the commission got started, what are the goals of the commission, and kind of what are the quick timeline that we're working on. So back in 2014, the majority of New Yorkers who voted approved the ballot proposal, Proposition 1, to actually take the initial line drawing process out of the hands of the state legislature and into the hands of an independent body that would be responsible for drawing the line. So back in 2020, then the legislature actually passed a bill twice to have a possible constitutional amendment. That's going to be on the ballot in November, and I will get into what that ballot measure, what the actual wording is, and what it deems to resolve. But our commission is made up of 10 commissioners. Our chair is David E. Mamura and vice chair Jack Martins. All of their bios and contact information is available on our website at nyirc.gov. And so really the 10 commissioners were appointed by both the Speaker of the House, Speaker of the Assembly, the Majority Leader in the Senate, as well as both minority leaders. And then the final 2 were selected and appointed by the board. So what exactly is redistricting anyway? And we get into this discussion regarding numbers and how many seats will we lose and whose seat is getting eliminated. And so, as you know, the assembly is locked in at 150 seats. That has not changed. The state Senate, that's one of the things that's actually on the ballot this year, is to lock the number of New York state senators at 63. In the past, that number has grown. And this year specifically, we have felt the effects of what happened with the census count, which many of you and a number of organizations have worked so hard last year, even in the midst of a pandemic, to make sure that as many folk were counted as possible. I wanted to include this slide just so that way you can kind of see where the reapportionment is sending representatives across the country. So as you see, since 1960, the Northeast has lost 30 congressional representatives, the Midwest 31, and the South and the West have both gained that. Actually, back in 1951 was the last time that we were at our height or at our peak, where we had 45 congressional seats. And now, after this last census, we are down to 26. So yes, we are losing one district. I think the biggest thing during this time is the rest of the country was actually expecting us to lose 2. And it's really because of your efforts of making sure that that wasn't the case. I think it's extremely unfortunate that this last one was actually lost based on a count or an undercount of 89 people. And so right now, it is the commission's job to utilize the data that was released really at this point only 4.5 weeks ago to make sure that we do this commission justice. So the ballot measure that will be on the general election ballot this year is ballot proposal 1. So this proposed constitutional amendment would freeze the number of state senators at 63, amend the process for the counting of the state's population, delete certain provisions that violate the United States Constitution, repeal and amend certain requirements for the appointment of the co-executive directors of the Redistricting Commission, and amend the manner of drawing district lines for congressional and state legislative offices. Shall the proposed amendment be approved? And so that is literally just the plain text that will be on the ballot in September. And I kind of just wanted to condense that or pull out some things or talking points that'll be important. Also, if you are looking for a more expansive summary of what this ballot proposal means, you can go to the New York State Board of Elections website. They have about a 5-page abstract on really just detailing each thing. So locking the number of New York State senators at 63, we talked a little bit about that. Affirming that total population will be the basis for districts. So a lot of conversation that happened under the past federal administration was what was going to be the basis for the census. And so this would be making sure that New York, as it always has, and that continuing to go forward, that we would only use total population for the basis of districts, not excluding non-citizens or Native Americans or anything that may have or may be threatened at the federal level. This would also just codify reassignment of prison population, which is something that New York has done for years. This is also amending the redistricting timeline. As of right now, the primary elections were moved from September back into June. When that happened, this was after the constitutional amendment was passed. So they did not foresee that us bringing maps before the legislature in January, if contested, if brought up in court, will have an impact or perhaps will have an impact on the February petitioning time. And so what this would do would ensure that in future census periods, so basically 2031 and moving forward, that the legislature would have to receive the maps by November 1st of that year. This would also, the ballot proposal would also eliminate the block on border rule, which is something that has affected the drawing of Senate seats. So let's just talk a little bit about population, and a lot of this information you can just find on the census website and some of the data that they've released. So since 2010, New York population has grown by over 4%. 39 of our 62 counties actually lost population, and 23 of the 62 counties saw growth, with Kings County having the largest growth out of the rest of the state. And as we see, New York population continues to shift downstate and to urban centers. Now, we've also been able to provide some information on the percentage of change, as well as the raw data based on the census going through each county. So you will be able to see where that population growth has happened, as you see in the New York County, your county, where the percentage change has increased by almost 7%. New York as a whole, population change, New York County has basically gotten about an additional 629,000 people. This is now talking a little bit or showing the data about our public listening tour. As you can see, the New York County was combined with Bronx County. We had 32 speakers that participated as a part of the listening tour in the summer. And so we are hoping, and we are doing this outreach to hope that that number increases by the time of our constitutionally mandated hearings, which will have a portion in person and we'll have a portion virtual. So it will be a hybrid meeting. I would like to just show you the actual hearing dates. So as you see, the New York County hearing is going to be on Wednesday, November 10th at 3 p.m., starting at 3 p.m. at Hunter College. We will be utilizing their 695 Park Avenue location. If you are interested in receiving any of these materials, I would encourage you to go to our website. Again, that's nyirc.gov. So that way you can sign up for our email list. We don't send a lot of emails, but when we do, it is pertinent information such as hearing dates, testifying, how to testify. Also, you can still submit written testimony. If you have maps that your community groups or organizations have drawn, you can also upload that there. We also do have a feature that I'll show you now that just allows you to pull up the draft maps that were done. There were 2 sets of plans that were released. One set of plans are called letters. The other set of plans are called names. And you're actually able to utilize this feature to put the maps on top of each other, to layer them, to essentially figure out where they are, how to affect them. You can take off the state Senate and the state assembly layers and compare the two plans. And so essentially at this time, I will just open it up. I guess turn it back over if you all have any questions for me that I'll be able to answer. And thank you so much for having us tonight.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do I have any questions from our community board members? I see one hand. Nye Whitaker. Nye.
Hey, Sister Isis. As you know, I worked on both the census, and part of the census took place during COVID, but also during a time when many of our undocumented residents were very concerned about coming forward to participate. So I was just wondering, as you move forward with plans for people to speak during, at least for New York, for the November date, whether or not there's any sort of special protocols you're putting in place to make those who may be undocumented or who may be immigrants or refugees feel safe in giving public testament about why they may or may not have been counted prior, and how these lines may affect their ability to have representation going forward.
So that is something I don't have the answer to at this time, but I will take that back to the commission to make sure that we bring that up. I will say that when anyone signs up on the website, there's certain accommodations that we request that if there are special accommodations that they note that. So I will, I guess, suggest that if there is anything that they would like to note, they can do that. Another thing is when you sign up or when you participate, it will be broad streamed via Zoom as it has been before. But if there are any suggestions that you may have on handling that sensitive information, I am open to that.
Vice Chair, can I briefly respond?
Yes, with the follow-up question, please.
Thank you. I was just going to say, Isis, I'm happy to talk to you offline, but we may need to reach out to some of our organizations across the city that work with those immigrant, undocumented, and refugee populations to see if those testimonials or submissions could be sent to those nonprofits and CBOs who then might have an opportunity to present on behalf of those residents of New York who may, again, feel fearful of coming forward or sharing testimony because they have to self-identify given the current climate. But I do feel that there are many people, based on my work with the census, who didn't self-identify or respond because of the current, the ISIS climate at that time, who I think, testimony and thoughts and words may be vital to how we proceed. So thank you so much for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Nye. Eva and then Candy. Eva?
I have a question about the ballot. I saw the last point is about removing the need for district to be contiguous. And I'm wondering, what is the motivation? Because won't it be better for district to be contiguous to kind of avoid more gerrymandering?
Well, block on border doesn't have much to do with contiguity.
Sorry,
that was the last point on the PowerPoint regarding the block on border rule.
Then what is the motivation for having that rule being on the ballot?
The motivation is to remove it. I will suggest there's a number of organizations that are having conversations regarding, I guess, the pros and cons of it. It's not something that we as a commission are taking a position on, but it is something that we just wanted you to be informed about. But it has been something that has affected the drawing of Senate lines, particularly for the past decades.
I hope that answered your question, Eva, and I would echo from Isis's comment that we've had. It's been contentious at the best of times with our senatorial seats at the state level. So, but again, this is why we have the presentation so the public and we can be apprised of all the information. Candy.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thanks for the presentation. We're gonna have a copy of this presentation you have. Is it submitted to us today?
So once this is uploaded on our website, you all will be able to just download it from there. A lot of the information is already on our website. We just parsed it together for it. But once we are able to upload it to our website as a full commission, I will see to it that all of the community boards that we've spoken at receives a copy of it.
Okay, and a quick other question is, are you gonna also provide some type of outreach for community boards and also community-based organizations and other neighboring groups to let the public know about it? Because, you know, everything by Zoom and internet is not just the only way to outreach people. You really need to let the public know about this, the redistricting, so that they can show up or voice their opinions.
Right. So the first step we've taken with that is we're holding a number of meetings with community board organizations, but also by coming to the community board. So that way the message doesn't end with the community board, but it extends with all of the partners and stakeholders who are participating. So if you all have questions, we are located at 250 Broadway. You can send an email or phone call. And if there are organizations that you would like us to engage with that maybe don't have the information already or aren't using the tools on our website, we would be happy to engage with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one more question from Stephanie Arroyo. Stephanie.
Hi, thank you so much for providing us that information. But if I understand correctly, the hearing is only going to be in person and people can only go and testify in person, correct?
No, it is going to be a hybrid hearing.
Oh, it's going to be hybrid. So people can also sign up to testify over Zoom.
So we will have more specifics on how people will be able to testify a little closer to the hearing. So for instance, we're holding 14 hearings across the state of New York. And the way, I'm just going to pick on the area where I went to school, the way that Binghamton protocols regarding COVID and social distancing is very different from the protocols within New York and New York City specifically. And so I'll say that, of course, we are at the guidance of our administration with what protections may come out further. But we are doing everything in our power to make sure that it is a seamless hybrid meeting. We are also offering COVID testing, rapid COVID testing outside of the locations in the New York City area, as we are working with a number of CUNYs that require that. So we want to make sure that there isn't really barriers to access for people being able to provide their testimony.
Awesome, thank you.
Wonderful, great question, Stephanie. So please stay tuned for details on the hybrid meeting. I think it's very important for us all to participate throughout the district. Are there any other questions from our CB members? Okay, see it that there are none. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much, Isis, for being here with us. Sorry we lost Miranda, but understand as much. Please stay in touch with us. We may have follow-up questions from the public, and they will be disseminated to you so we can actually facilitate.
Definitely. Thank you so much for having me. And again, I just encourage everyone to sign up on our website at nyirc.gov, and you all have a great evening.
Thank you for being part of the process. Appreciate you. All right, be well. Okay, moving on. I just got a text from Nilsa. She's still with us. Say hello, Nilsa, wave. She's got a bit of a bad sore throat, as she said, and she's asked me to just keep pushing along. She'll come on for her report and then some other announcements, but going to preserve her voice. And if you have mint tea and some honey, I'd recommend it, Nelson. Can't run any over. So we're going to go to the adoption of the board minutes. We're in the business session. I just want to remind all our members of the public, and for those that are new, this is where we conduct our business. If you have concerns or questions, the place to raise that is at our committee meetings. You can find it on CB11M.org, and you'll find the calendar tab. Please go and attend. That is where you will be permitted to raise all your concerns, participate, going into the weeds. Can't impress it enough. This is where the whole collective body will attend and deliberate. If we were in a public meeting together, say back at Mount Sinai or elsewhere in the community, we would not be able to entertain any questions from outside of the public. It's more to participate and by listening. But we do implore you to log in and come to our committee meetings. So moving along, we're going to go to our adoption of the board minutes. The minutes from the last full board were disseminated to all the board members ahead of this meeting. If there is no objection, we will adopt the minutes from that meeting of the board. And board members, if you do object, please raise your hand, and we will recognize you. If not, they will be assumed adopted through unanimous consent. Are there any hands that I'm missing, Angel?
Nope, no hands are up.
See that there are none. They are so adopted, and they will be placed on our website and made available to the public. We're now going to move on to the chair's report for information purposes. Nilsa, if you...
Thank you, everybody. You can hear me okay? I hope. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay. So I've been attending several meetings this month with the Friends of La Marqueta, UMES. I have more meetings with UMES and going around to different community events. And it's been wonderful to see the community waking up. There are concerns, of course, with certain areas and pockets of our community with drug dealing and things like that. So I understand the concerns that were shared and the concerns that we all live with day in and day out. Please rest assured that the Community Board 11 is working with our elected officials to try to mitigate as much of the damage as possible. Unfortunately, as Diana Ayala said, a lot of this is wrested out of our hands due to the state giving the licenses and giving the expansion credentials to the various organizations. But please rest assured that our committees are going to work really hard with our public and our elected officials to try to get that mitigated as much as we can. I wanted to take a minute and just to say there's a lot of things going on, but I'm slightly medicated. So we are very fortunate that this is an election year for Community Board 11. Every year, Community Board 11 votes in a member of their community board that they have utmost trust in leading the board in this direction. I have been very fortunate to be a chair for the last 4 years. I am not running for another 2 years. I think that 4 years is quite enough. And I want to just take this moment to thank all the chairs, both past and present, all the vice chairs and every single member of every single committee that has been part of the board as I've been the chair. I want to thank you all for your hard work. With that said, there's always a need for new leadership after a certain point. And I think after 4 years, I look forward to seeing what the new leadership may look like and the direction that the board would go in. And I will be proud to be a member of the community board and to help make that vision happen with new leadership. With that said, I am very pleased to announce the 2021 Elections Committee. I have had the honor and the privilege of working with the person that I have tapped, excuse me, that I have tapped for this committee leadership. I can't tell you that Dawn Sanders Cavallari has impressed me for her work in this community for years. I won't say how much, I won't embarrass her. Both with working in elected officials, working with our census, being a business owner. And so she understands this community in a way that a lot of us do, but she sees it both from the entrepreneur side as well as a regular member of the community, and just her support for a lot of the things that are going on to this community. It's an honor and a privilege to name Dawn Sanders Cavallari as my elections committee chair. With that said, we've reached out to several members of the board. We are waiting for answers back on some of them, but I will definitely let you know that Nye Whitaker and John Green will join Chair Dawn Cavallari to help make our elections as informative and as streamlined as possible, of course, with the able assistance of John Green and Nye and 2 others that we will mention maybe by the end of this week. We are fortunate, and we are going to have a bylaws amendment at the end of this agenda, which we will have to vote on. We will be doing, if all goes right, a virtual election. Angel has taken the lead since last year to work on planning this. And I know that Angel and Carly and Marlene and Dawn and the leadership and the rest of the committee will work really hard to make sure that this election is seamless. They will have my support, but I will not be involved in the process, as it is important that the process does not appear that it has out to other influences. The committee will be designing it with Angel's help, and they will then inform the board on how the elections will occur. So I just want to take this moment to thank every single member of this board, past and present. I want to thank Gail Brewer, our elected officials, both past and present, that I've had the honor and privilege to work with. I will be still part of the board, and I will still be part of other boards within the community, and I will work on whatever aspect the new chair thinks that I can assist. I want to take this moment now and say that it has been a great privilege for me to work with Angel, Carly, and Marlene. I can't tell you how hard they work for the community, how hard they work on behalf of this board, and just in terms of making sure that we are all up to speed. I can't ever imagine a better office staff that really cares about this community the way those 3 do. And so I want to take a moment, and I did, to make sure that everyone understands the affection, the respect, and awe that I have for the work that they do on a continual basis. With that, my voice is giving out. So I'm going to let Xavier handle the rest of this meeting the way he capably does. And I thank you all for attending today. And with that, I will take my leave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say it's been a pleasure serving with you and being a good partner. And I think we have gone through quite a lot as a board and as a community, and we're doing it together as it should be. So thank you so much for your service, and from bouncing around from event to meetings and spending multiple weekends and being yelled at by our spouses. So
yes, one thing that I was remiss was that I did not mention the support that I've gotten from the executive committee, but Xavier has been a good partner. When we both endeavored, Xavier was a more experienced board member than I. And when I decided to jump into the race 4 years ago, he supported me, he guided me, as well as other members of the board that are no longer here. And I will honestly tell you that he's been a good partner. He cares about this community. He's been at my side at many events. He is right about our spouses, wondering where we were most often than not. So, Xavier, I want to take the moment, even like right now, with me not feeling well, just jumping in. And he's been really, really great. I think that I want to thank you, Xavier, for the 4 years that you've been my vice chair and all the work that you've done and how you've made me better. So thank you so much.
you're welcome, and we all do it together. Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are no questions, I'd like to, because I know it's now, and I can't thank you enough for your work, Nilsa. We're all doing it together, and the old saying, lead by example. It's 8:33, and if you're pleased with us carrying on, let's move to our district manager report, Angel, because we love to hear his yarn.
No yarns tonight. This meeting's been long enough already. So just a couple of quick
Carry
things.
on.
So one, to encourage our board members and more importantly our community to attend the public hearing on the statement of district needs that our district needs and budget committee will hold this Thursday at 6:30. It's the last stop in our process. We've expanded the process this year under the leadership of Carly Wine and Jason Villanueva. Very glad with the amount of response that we got to the public input survey over the summer. Very glad with the amount of attendance that we got at the town hall. We've gone through all the committees this month, reviewing the responses to the survey. The committees will continue this conversation next month, but before that, we'll have a public hearing, a last chance for our neighbors to share their opinions and concerns and suggestions for us to consider in compiling this year's statement. Then I also wanted to thank David Giordano for stepping in and tabling on behalf of CB11 this past Saturday at the annual back to school fair that District 4 hosts. He's always there, but the last few years I've been there with him. I was not able to make it this year. And then we were not able to coordinate with our membership in time to get other members that expressed an openness to attend as well. But fortunately, David was there to hold down the fort both for us and for the organization that he works for, the Children's Aid Society. So much thanks to him. And then lastly, of course, a word of thanks and an appreciation for Nilsa for her work these past 4 years, almost 4 years as chair of Community Board 11. It's been a real pleasure to work, with her. It's been a real pleasure to know her the whole time and a real pleasure to work with her. It's, always obvious, but very welcome to have a real partner in the work that you do, and real support and a real challenge and a real check. It makes one feel appreciated, but also holds one to account and makes one, do better. And I hope that's been reflective in the work of the office staff. I know, and I will speak on behalf of the staff, that we very much appreciate the support that Nilsa, constantly has given us. And we'll be, very much, sorry to see her go. whoever the next chair is has, very large shoes to fill. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Angel. If there are no questions for either Nilsa or Angel, we'll carry on with the officers' reports. Again, none of these are needing a vote. I'll keep mine brief. I just, again, been a pleasure running around during the COVID pandemic and being there with Nilsa and many other board members trying to activate open spaces. Open Street at 101st is still going on. I've attended multiple family days over the summer, as many that were live, and I was capable of attending even with a broken ankle that's now almost fully recovered. Attended Borough Board most recently, and we will see this under our business session where our Borough President addressed what was a very vociferous debate on the text amendment. And we will be addressing that, and I'll guide us through that process. But there are a lot of events we've been attending, and I just want to say that if you do see some events happening and you feel so engendered to attend, please do. If you have questions or concerns related to COVID, please let us know. And that brings me to my next point, which is vaccination, mask wearing. Dr. Roger Flores, one of our board members, he and I have had extensive conversations, especially with the epidemiologists at Mount Sinai. We cannot express enough the importance of spreading the word, getting vaccinated, and the impact the Delta variant has had upon our community and elsewhere. Most people being hospitalized, including some youth, have been unvaccinated, and it's very important that we spread that word and maintain safety. And as a final note, everywhere I go, I'm 90% of the time wearing my mask, even outside. And it has to be a very windy day, and I'm far away from people for it to be off. Again, I've got he's 4, my youngest is 4, the eldest is 8, and leave nothing to chance. So again, I'm here if you have any questions of the board. We're all just trying to get the work done and get us back to a cruising altitude. And I want to say it's been a pleasure working with everyone, and I look forward to the next stage. So that's my report, and I will now move on if there are no questions. And please don't raise all your hands at once. Do we have a treasurer's report, Jason?
No report.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a report from Judith, our secretary?
No, there is nothing at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we're gonna move on to our committee and action reports. Again, it is 8:39. I want to remind everyone with our committee reports and action items, just again, a few ground rules. Don't speak until you've been granted the floor. That means raising your hands to either ask an inquiry or to make a motion. The chat function should not be used for conducting board business. Again, a reminder, because we have people calling in, they can't see it, they're not privy to it, and we are then not abiding by OML, our open meetings law. So please, unless you've said it in the vocally after you've been recognized and then putting it in the chat, that's okay. Again, it helps us stay in compliance. When you are given a board member, when a board member has raised their hand, they've been acknowledged to speak, you'll be identified. And then finally, votes will be conducted by roll call. We'll try to consolidate where we can, as in the past. Please keep the questions and comments as succinct as possible so we can proceed accordingly. So now we're going to move on to our first committee reports and action items. Please move the slide. Public safety and transportation. Do we have Jose on? And if not, Jessica Morris. Okay, do we not have Jose?
Thanks, Xavier. I think,
okay.
I believe our minutes are for informational purposes only. I will leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. All right, next slide. Okay, we have licenses and permits, and I'm going to hand it over to Dan Breha.
Yeah, these are never informational purposes, unfortunately. All right, I guess I'll just start with the liquor licenses and then we'll do the street activity permits. We only had one of those. So the first liquor license application was for Back 3 Inc. doing business as Patsy's Pizzeria. It was for both a renewal and a method of operation change for a full liquor license restaurant located at 2287 and 2029 First Avenue. Committee recommended to approve both the renewal and the method of operation change. Item number 2 was the application for El Barista in New York City for a new wine, beer, and cider license. They're located at 2154 3rd Avenue. The committee also recommended to approve that application. To approve that application. Number 3 was an application by DNA Diner Corp. Doing business as Monte Carlo Diner for a new full liquor license for a restaurant at 2162 2nd Avenue. The committee recommended that that application be approved. Number 4 was an application for Desi Dream Corp. Doing business as Desi Indochina for a new wine, beer, and cider license for a restaurant located at 2036 2nd Avenue. The committee recommended that that application be approved. Item number 5 was an application for Moonhouse China Restaurant, doing business as Moonhouse Restaurant, to renew a wine, beer, and cider license for a restaurant located at 1810 3rd Avenue. The committee recommended that that application be approved. Number 6 was an application for the Montas Corp. Doing business as El Nuevo Caridad Restaurant to renew a full liquor license for a restaurant located at 2257-2259 2nd Avenue. The committee recommended that that application be approved. Item number 7 was an application by Prime 116 LLC doing business as Boca Prime for a method of operation change for a full liquor license for a restaurant located at 2257 First Avenue. The committee recommended that that application be denied. If anybody's interested in why, the applicant did not attend the meeting nor provide all the required documents. So that's just standard procedure then to deny that. Item number 8 was an application to approve, was an application for Perez Familia LLC for a new wine, beer, and cider license for a restaurant located at 2108 2nd Avenue. The committee denied that application. If I recall correctly, they didn't submit the all the required documents, and they did not attend the meeting. I believe the next one is an application for a restaurant at San Cristobal Corp. Doing business as San Cristobal to renew a wine, beer, and cider license for a restaurant at 339 East 108th Street. Committee recommended to approve that. Item number 9 is the application for the Five Amigos Inc. doing business as Amor Cubano to renew a full liquor license for a restaurant located at 2018 3rd Avenue. The committee recommended that that application be denied. If I recall correctly, they didn't submit, I believe, any of the required documents, or maybe just 30-day notice, and there was nobody there in attendance from that applicant. I think that's it for the liquor licenses. If you want, do you want me to just do the street activity permit too? I can't hear you, Xavier. I think you're muted.
Thank you, Dem. Yes, go ahead and address the block party real quick, and then I'll start bundling things so we can take it to the floor for a vote.
Sure. It's El Barrio Salsa Culture event, back to school. It's a block party. It's going to be on, well, if I'm correct, it already happened. So September 25th, 2021. So, but the committee had recommended that application be approved.
Okay, thank you. If we could go back to the approvals, could you go back 2 slides, please? Okay, so we have 1 through 6. So I'd like to bundle 1 through 6. And then for number 1, because we all know Patsy's, Dem will be present, not voting for that one. So I want to make sure that that is read into the record for just number 1. So when we call it, Adem, if you would please just say whether you're yes or no for the bundling of votes, except for item number 1. So I would like to bundle 1 through 6, which were recommended for approval by our Licenses and Permits Committee meeting. Do I have a motion? And as they were read into the meeting record, do I have a motion to approve those? And I see Jason Villanueva. Jason?
Motion to approve the committee's recommendation.
I see Candy with her hand up next. Candy, okay.
I second the
Okay,
motion.
please raise your hands, and I saw Candy's hand come up first after Jason. So that is Candy is seconding the motion to approve us, and please call the roll.
Wait, I'm sorry, Xavier, but is it 1 through 6 or isn't it 1 through 7? Because Cristobal is approved as well, but it didn't have its own.
No, Cristobal is a denial.
It says approval, no? Approve the application to Restaurant Cristobal. Number 8, the denial is for the Perez Family LLC.
Yeah, she's right. It looks like there was, that's why it was, I kind of gave it its own number because it looks like 8 kind of lumped 2 applicants together. So Perez Familia got denied, but San Cristobal should really have been number 9, and then 5 Amigos would be number 10.
Thank you very much for noting that. I appreciate that clarification. So what we are going to do, if it can please be read into the record and amended on our minutes for the public, that approve the application of Restaurant Cristobal, that will be 9, and then number 10 will be a denial. Angel, do we have that?
Yep. So 1 through 6 plus San Cristobal approved.
Well, yes, yes, plus San Cristobal, which will be noted as number 9, and then the application of the 5 Amigos will be number 10. So are we all, if we are all clear on that, I see one hand raised from Beverly Pavon. Do you have a question regarding the motion on the floor?
Yes, I'm kind of confused because I'm looking at the agenda. Are we picking 1 to 6 that's on the agenda?
Yes, so we will.
The paper agenda, not what's shown here, because I'm trying to figure out who's who, if it's in a different order.
Stand by, and I will pull it back up and we will read it back in. It was as read into the meeting. Just stand by and I'll bring it back.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Just stand by. Okay. Just bear with me, everyone. Open back up that window. Okay. So we have, okay, this is not the right one. Bear with me. So, Barista, please go to first slide of this presentation. Okay, so of this that is included for a motion to approve the committee's recommendation, we have number 1, which is Back 3 Inc. doing business as Patsy's Pizzeria for renewal and method of operation change for a full liquor license, and that is number 1289622. The next is an approve the application of El Barista NYC LLC doing business El Barista Cafe for new wine, beer, and cider license for restaurant located at 2154 3rd Avenue. And that is across street of 118th Street. Next is number 3, which is an approval of the application of DNA Diner Corp. doing business as Monte Carlo Diner for new full liquor license for a restaurant located at 2162 2nd Avenue in New York, 10029 at 111th Street is the cross street. Next, thank you. Next is approval of the application of Desi Dream Corp. doing business as Desi Indo-Chinese for new wine, beer, and cider license for a restaurant located 2036 2nd Avenue, again, at 100, the cross street is 105th Street. I'm going to proceed from calling out New York, and the zip code going forward. Number 5, approve the application of Moon House China Restaurant Inc. doing business as Moon House Restaurant to renew a wine, beer restaurant, wine, beer, and cider license, and that is number 1240724 at 1810 3rd Avenue, across street 101st. Number 6 is an approval of the application of Montes Corp. doing business as El Nuevo Caridad Restaurant to renew a full liquor license number 1265225. Next slide, please. Okay. The next approval we have here, which is broken out here, and that is where the confusion is. If you look at number 8, and I'm looking at the paper here.
San Crevo.
Yeah, so if you look at number 8, and midway through, you'll see an approve. All that needed to do with the document was have an enter to indent down, and that would have become number 9. And that would have pushed the denial of the application of Five Amigos down to become number 10, and then El Barrio Salsa Culture would become number 11. Does that answer your question, Beverly? And I'll read it into the record as an additional approval, which is the application for restaurant San Cristobal Corp. doing business as San Cristobal to renew a wine, beer, and cider license number 1271382 for a restaurant located at 339 East 108th Street on by First Avenue. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so very much.
Okay, if we are now clear, I'd like to call the question, and we have a motion that was made by Jason, seconded by Candy, and I would like to call the roll. Angel?
Sure. That's for 1 through 6 and 9?
Yes, 9, and corrected into the public record that 9 and 10 would indent down to become 10 and 11.
I got that.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Jose Altamirano?
Yes.
Leroy Andino is absent. Stephanie Arroyo?
Yep, yes.
Either one works. Dem Brija?
Yes to all of them except item 1 for Patsy's Pizzeria, which I am present and not voting for.
Thank you. Yolanda?
Yes.
Eva?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Carlos?
Yes.
Jessica Elliott?
Yes.
Elsa Encarnacion?
Yes.
Judith Burrows?
Yes.
John Green?
Aye.
Robert Harvey?
Yes.
Jada is absent. James Horton?
Yes.
Ivy Hume? Alonzo Johnson?
Yes.
Robin Krinsky?
Yes.
Marissa Mack?
Yes.
Giselle Malave?
Yes.
Pat Martin?
Yes.
Francis Mastroda? Malik McCullough?
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer?
Yes.
Jessica Morris? Nelson Rama?
Yes.
Rolly Pabon?
Yes.
Andrew Padilla?
Yes.
Miguel Pava?
Yes.
Shirley Pena? Art Perez?
Yes.
Robert Perez?
Yes.
Savasia Robinson Teague? Natasha Rodriguez?
Yes.
Juan Sanders? Xavier?
Aye.
Isaac Scott?
Yes.
Russell Schuler?
Yes.
Benny Torres? Jason Villanueva?
Yes.
Candy Vives Vasquez?
Yes.
Nye Whitaker?
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement?
Yes.
Jordan Wright?
Yes.
Jason is excused. The motion passes.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Stephanie, for calling out that minor discrepancy. We still have to deal with denials. Please go back to the previous slide. Number 7, 8, and what will become 10 for the public record. I'll read them out just for clarification. The committee recommended to deny the application for Burrows Family LLC for a new wine and beer and cider license for the restaurant located at 2108 Second Avenue, across street 104th Street. We all had number, sorry, excuse me, that was number 8. Number 7 was deny the application of Prime 116 LLC doing business as Vocal Prime for method of operation change for a full liquor license, number 1321047, restaurant located at 2257 First Avenue, New York, at 116th Street. And then finally, number 10, which is previously number 9, which is the application of 5 Amigos Inc. doing business as Amor Cubano to renew full liquor license number 1196543, restaurant located at 2018 Third Avenue, across street 111th Street. So again, to reiterate, it's 7, 8, and what will be come number 10. If there, I see one hand up from Carlos Diaz and then Jason Villanueva. Carlos?
Motion to deny.
So that is a motion to accept the committee's recommendation to deny.
That's correct, yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Do I have a second? Jason? Jason? Okay, Dawn?
I just actually had a quick question. I'm so sorry. But I can ask behind the scenes, because number 7, I feel like they came before the board and we denied previously. And I just wondered if that's true and if the same issue was the problem. But I'll look into my notes and see if that's the case, or someone can answer quickly.
I could if Dawn wants.
Adam, would you please offer some insight?
Yeah, just in the case of this application, this time around, I know what you're talking about previously, but we didn't even have a chance to speak with them because they didn't attend the meeting or provide the required documents. And then that's just an automatic denial. We assume that if they come in the future for this, we will definitely find out, what regarding, I believe, what they got denied for previously, if that's been addressed and corrected. And then depending on their answer to that, we'll figure it out. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I saw John and then Nye. John?
I was raising my hand a second.
Okay, I have a second. Nye, were you also going to second?
I was actually inquiring about similar context for Amor Cubano, which I know has been in the community for a while. So I was hoping that Adem could just share some insight with the board before we vote.
Okay, Adem, would you please address that? As I have a second, we'll call the question after you clarify.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult in cases like that because I agree they have been in the community a long time, and technically renewals are only required to submit a 30-day notice, which I believe they did. Judith or if Marlene's on, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but as a board, we do have requirements beyond that, and they did not submit those. And they weren't present to answer to why they hadn't. And I know that usually in those cases, I know Marlene is very good at following up with applicants when they're missing documents and requesting that they either attend the meeting or provide those. So unfortunately, when that happens, we have no choice but to deny it because if we start making exceptions, it really undermines the rules that the committee has. So I mean, hopefully they come next month or something, and we can address that. And I'm sure somebody will reach out to them or.
No, I'm in agreement with that. I was just saying it would be great to add that so that we know as a full board going forward. Thank you.
Excuse me, they also didn't submit the stipulation, which we required at one point.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that additional clarification, Judith. Much appreciated. Okay, we have clarified that. We had a motion by John Green and then seconded. I'm sorry, a motion by Carlos Diaz and then a second by John Green to accept the committee's denial of the 3 applications. I'd like to call the roll, please.
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dan Brija,
Yes.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
Yes.
Diane Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz,
Yes.
Elsie Encarnacion.
Yes.
Judith Ferraro,
Yes.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
James Horton,
Yes.
Ivy Hume, Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Patricia Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastrota, Malik McCullough,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Nelson Rama,
Yes, and Jessica Elliott was skipped.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes. Thank you, Nelsa.
Jessica Morris was skipped too.
Getting to you too.
I was gonna mention Jessica Elliott was skipped. And I got skipped, so I'm a yay.
Beverly Pabon,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez,
Yes.
Natasha Rodriguez,
Yes.
Don Sanders,
Yes.
Xavier Santiago,
Aye.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. We just have one more, which was a back to school cultural event, Barrio Salsa cultural event, number 5844954. The committee voted to approve it. It is already passed. As a matter of record, we should either weigh in to approve or not, but since it has happened, the committee made a recommendation. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Motion. Oh.
By Yolanda, do I have a second? Okay. Please raise your hands. Nye?
I'll second.
Okay, and for a matter of expediency, Angel, if you don't mind, may we just call a verbal roll for this?
That's what I've been doing. You mean like
Well, no,
goodbye?
I mean, like, can we just call
acclamation?
all the ayes and nays and just be on with it since it's.
Yeah, sure. That's your call.
All right, could I get everyone unmute? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, great. Any no's?
Aye,
Nays?
aye,
Feels good to be back to normal a little bit. Any nays? Okay, any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you for your patience. I just figured that when we move things along. We got housing, John Green, you're up, and then after you will be youth and education. John?
Good evening, everybody. The minutes are for entertainment purposes only. So yes, I know what I said, but actually there was very much done at the last meeting. Other than giving a couple of updates about the extension of the eviction moratorium and the extension of virtual meetings. Marlene gave a presentation on the on the budget and district needs process, and like what the and the results of the questionnaire that was given out online to the public, and it was very comprehensive. It was excellent, as I always say. Marlene, Angel, and Carly do a great job in the office, and I really commend them. It was comprehensive. It was really excellent. And that's really all there was. There were no presentations except for Marlene's. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. If there are no questions, thank you very much, John. Pleasure serving with you on housing. Next, we have youth and education.
Hi,
Brown.
Hi, good evening. In David's absence, I'll just give a short update. But first of all, let's keep David in prayer. His family has lost one of their matriarchs, and so there's a prayer of comfort and strength for them in this time. Our meeting was really good. There aren't any action items, but I really feel that the committee itself is in a position of strength because during the COVID pandemic, we've had the opportunity to really solidify our relationships at committee level with CEC 4 and 5 and the district attorney office. So much has been happening at the committee level, and I believe that in moving forward, we could be strengthened and building coalition, especially with getting others to share ownership and bringing youth to the table to help them to build their voices of advocacy. So with that being said, we look forward to a new session. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no questions, I appreciate all the work that's being done on this committee. So thank you so much. We're now going to move on to land use, landmarks, and planning. And before we dive deep into it, you will see in your agenda, and for the purposes and expediency of this meeting, there was a bit of confusion. The ACODEV took a contrary position. We've had a meeting to clarify that. We will not be calling number 14 for a vote. What we have discussed is that as we have the presentation from land use, landmarks, and planning, we will have those two items that were conditions that will, at the appropriate time when we call for a motion, we'll have the opportunity for a friendly amendment, and that's where that will be added. So I will not be calling number 14 for a vote, just so you're all aware, and please don't be confused, but the two conditions will be presented by the chair of EcoDev at the right time. And now I'm going to hand it over to Elsie, our chair of land use, landmarks, and planning. Elsie.
Hey, Xavier, thank you. Welcome, everyone. So I actually was unable to attend the meeting and was very lucky to have my vice chair, my brand new vice chair, Andrew, chair this meeting for me. So I'm going to allow him to give the report.
Thank you, Elsie. Glad to see that you're feeling better and back with us. So we had three items, main items on the agenda, and one action item, which Xavier just mentioned. The first item on the agenda we had was a land use application from the Castle 3 development at 107-111 East 123rd Street. This proposed development is a new construction of a 15-story building with approximately 81 units of affordable housing to formerly homeless and low-income individuals and households. This was simply a informational meeting. They will be coming back before the board at the next meeting in order to get support from us. This was presented by the Fortune Society and HPD because public land is involved here. We also had feedback from the public input survey for community district needs. So we got to see what those results were and gather some insights as to how that related to our committee and the work we're going to be doing going forward through the next year. Again, thank you to the budget committee and thank you to Carly for all the outreach there. We saw a lot of what the housing and land use needs are from this section of the community that responded to the survey, and just that overarching concern whether folks were talking about need for building affordable housing or preserving affordable housing or any number of ways in which they expressed it. Folks were really concerned about remaining here, which is something that you all know well. We then did have a committee discussion and vote on the land use application regarding the open restaurants text amendment. Our committee seemed in unison with the idea that this is not something that should be in land use in the future. So in general, we that I don't think there was any contention there, but our committee was certainly dismayed with the lack of time given to consider this proposal and the lack of detail around what the process would be from this new process. And so I know Xavier had mentioned that economic development had a conflicting resolution to ours, but they had a very similar concern as we did in terms of what the details here are in this proposal. And so our recommendation was to vote no on this open restaurants zoning text amendment. And we mentioned a couple conditions that irrespective, we think, and New York City really needs to be attentive to. And that is that, and this is our one agenda item here for today, a rejection of this text amendment with the conditions that the New York City Department of Transportation, #1, ensure that the community board has an engagement process for approvals of the sidewalk cafe permits, SAPO for street permits. And #2, provide an enforcement method as a result of this amendment for the sidewalk cafes, as well as to ensure proper safety regulations for pedestrian walkway, street lighting, and sanitation concerns. So again, that is the one action item we have here today. It is rejection of the open restaurant zoning text amendment with those conditions attached as you see in your notes.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. It was a good meeting. I was there for that entire run. I see a question from Jessica Morris in regards to this. Jessica?
Thank you, Xavier. Just a point of clarification, Andrew, you mentioned the Fortune Society development was included housing for formerly homeless individuals, but I believe the Fortune Society works with formerly incarcerated individuals. Can you confirm that?
Andrew?
Sorry, I was trying to go ahead and unmute here. Formerly homeless and low-income individuals and households. I'm going to go back to our notes right here. That is what was in our minutes. And this was for formerly incarcerated, formerly homeless. So both of those were noted from Joan Hung at HPD and Stanley Richards from the Fortune Society. Again, they'll be coming back in October to present more on this. So if any community members want to know more about the development, definitely recommend you go ahead and go to our next land use meeting.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Jessica, for the question. Jason, and then Eva, and then Marissa.
I'm ready to motion.
Okay, stand by on that. Eva, did you have a question related to the minutes or to the motion before the floor before I call the question for Jason?
Yeah, I just want to make a statement for the board to consider. In around my block, it's basically on Park Avenue from 116 to 120th Street. The board right now is proposing to put 4 supportive housing next to this block, which already have around 10 different buildings of supportive housing. And we're suffering really from, high crime rate and all sorts of quality of life issues. We understand the serious need in New York City for supportive housing. But before we approve more supportive housing, I urge us to consider, look at East Harlem map as a whole, to look at whether, some of these housing needs to be more properly dispersed and also be allocated to other districts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Eva. Appreciate that. One more with Marissa before I go back. Marissa?
Oh, I wanted to make the friendly amendment, but.
Okay, just stand by until I've called the question. I've accepted Jason's motion, and Nye, you had one more, and then I'm going to go back to Jason.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone that's on the community board to keep in mind that we have a mission to support longstanding good partners in the community, of which the Fortune Society is one of them. And I do know from the presentation that we had that I believe was at the museum, not only was there testimony from a staff member who's formerly incarcerated, formerly homeless, but there was commentary from the other community boards where they have housing in support of the fact that they've been good neighbors. I do not want us to be in a position where we are putting, all the apples in the same barrel. I want us to make sure that each time someone comes before us for approval or support, for housing as a particular, especially in the post-pandemic era, that we look at each organization for its own application, and that we do not condemn others who have done good works and have good history in our community of uplifting those who have been challenged by homelessness and or addiction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jason, back to you. Please
Motion to support the committee's recommendation.
Okay, and do we have a second on that matter? I see Diane, are you raising your hand to question? To motion to second?
Yes, we're talking about the open restaurant zoning.
The zoning text amendment, yes. Are you seconding?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, Diane. And then I will refer back to Marissa, so we have to read in, the committee's recommendation was to reject the proposed open restaurant zoning text amendment with the conditions of one, to ensure that the community board has an engagement process for approvals of the sidewalk cafe permits, SAPO for street permits, et cetera. And two, provide an enforcement method as a result of this amendment for the sidewalk cafes, as well as to ensure proper safety regulations for pedestrian walkway, street lighting, sanitation concerns. And so Marissa Mack, you wanted to present a friendly amendment. Marissa, please present your friendly amendment.
So as a friendly amendment to this, looking at item number 15, we have two items for recommendation, which is what initially EchoDev was to provide recommendations on this, as this was presented to land use, not necessarily take a position, even though it does obviously hit multiple committees under Community Board 11. This does fall under land use. We are making recommendations as to what could make this better. Yes, obviously we support. My recommendation is that we amend this to also include number 2 out of 15, because number 1 was already included land use in their support, in their resolution. Number 2 would be that a government agency with more experience in this regard would be appointed to oversee the permit approval process. That is my amendment to the existing request put forward.
Okay, so just so we're clear, so I have to read back in, you're wanting to add the 2 additional conditions from EcoDev that left the committee, which is the enforcement details to be circulated to community boards for review before finalizing, and that a government agency with more experience in this regard be appointed to oversee the permit approval process. Is that correct? Did I read that?
I would just like to add 2. 1 is really already included in land use. I feel like it's kind of redundant.
Okay, copy. Then
I agree.
Okay,
right?
so hold on. So
yeah.
let her clarify, please, because I have to make sure the board is clear.
So the amendment would be to add that a government agency with more experience in this regard would be appointed to oversee the permit approval process.
Okay, thank you. So it's just that one. All right, thank you. So to have a government agency with more experience in this regard to oversee the permit approval process. And is this a friendly amendment accepted before the board? Jason? Jason?
Point of clarification, Xavier.
Yes, stand by. Jason Villanueva. Okay, Jessica, what is your point?
Point of clarification is asking Marissa to clarify the point of insertion, and I would recommend that it be after street permits. So as a number 2 becomes number 3, the friendly
Yes.
amendment becomes number 2.
Marissa, does that
No,
work with your?
the friendly amendment would then be number 3. There's only one addition to the existing ask, and that it would be 15, I guess, .2. That's it.
Okay, so without us getting lost in the weeds, you're just wanting to tack on.
Does that
to the very end
clarify?
of it.
I'm
Does-
sorry, Xavier, before we move on, because I just want to, does that clarify for you, Jessica? Or no? What?
Okay, Jessica has not answered. I'm just going to reiterate it the way I heard it, and then I'm going to go to Dem because I'd like to carry on with the business of the meeting. And since Jason has not answered the question.
I'm sorry, my connection went out. I'm back.
Okay.
I didn't
Thank
hear anything that was said, but I'm here.
Okay, so to clarify, Marissa is wanting to make a friendly amendment to the end of the rejection to the open restaurant zoning text amendment, the additional condition, which will become number 3, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marissa, that a government agency with more experience in this regard would be appointed to oversee the permit approval process. So that's one additional condition. Is that correct, Marissa?
Correct.
Okay. And Jason, since you made the motion, do you accept that? It's basically
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It sounds exactly the same as what already was proposed by land use. Item number 1 and 2 specifically anoints, because the text amendment is taking it out of the world of the Department of Buildings, putting it in the hands of the Department of Transportation. And we're asking that the Department of Transportation not only take into the account of issuing the permits, but also take into account the enforcement. I'm open to it, but it sounds similar. That's what I hear.
So I need a yes or no on that, Jason. Otherwise, I'm going to call the roll.
Yes.
Okay. And okay. And then I'm going to represent the recommendation so we can call the roll for the final
I'm
vote.
sorry, Xavier, I don't want to make this complicated. I do see Adem's hand is up before we go into the roll call.
Thank you for calling that. Sorry, I only have 10 people at a time when I'm scrolling through to see hands. Adem, you had a question?
Yeah, no problem. That's okay. Just one question, because it will impact in my mind how I vote. If the committee could tell me why it was I am in agreement with all the things you're saying, but why was it proposed as a rejection rather than wording it as a conditional approval if those conditions are met? And I only say that because at this time, I think the board should look like we're pro-business and supporting things that will help our business. And I just think this will be misinterpreted as a rejection. That's just my opinion, though.
Could I help clarify that, Xavier, since I was chairing that meeting?
Yes, since you were chairing that meeting, please clarify, Andrew, before we call the question. Thank you.
So we definitely all expressed a desire on the committee to support business in the neighborhood. This was not something that came from a position of being against business. The concern here was process. The concern here was all of the unknowns around this text amendment, as George James laid out for us in the meeting. So I think that is really where the no was centered, not necessarily around the general idea of businesses being able to do this, but just how haphazard, last second, and undetailed the proposal that came before us was. And that's in line with why a lot of different community boards throughout the city struggled with this question and kind of split down the middle with it. And even why the gentleman who came to talk with us from DCP explained in Community Board 10 why they ended up going with a no on this. It wasn't about being against business. It was really just process, lack of transparency.
I just want to say something. I listen. I'm not because that's a little bit extreme. I didn't accuse the land use committee of being against the business. That's not
I
why.
didn't say you did, not at all.
Okay.
No, no, that
No,
was
no,
not.
but I didn't,
No,
I just
no,
meant
that
it's a
wasn't-
wording thing. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, completely. No, that I was just trying to give clarification for the committee.
Okay, no, I appreciate it.
Not
Thank
what I
you.
was-
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you very much for the clarification. Again, having sat through it was about 4 hours of Borough Board last Thursday. This was a very vociferously debated. And there are a lot of people are pro-business, but I think the concern is that how it came out, there was not a lot of the reassurance for how everything's going to be managed, how everything's going to be passed in that transitional phase. That's all that is. So again, we have accepted the friendly amendment. Again, going to read it back in, and then I'd like to call the roll. I appreciate everyone's patience on this. We still have a handful of other items that we have to vote on. So again, reject the proposed open restaurant zoning text amendment with the conditions that NYC Department of Transportation ensure that the community board has an engagement process for approvals of sidewalks, cafes, et cetera, SAPO for street permits. 2, provide an enforcement method as a result of this amendment for the sidewalk cafes, as well as ensure proper safety regulations for pedestrian walkway, street lighting and sanitation concerns. And 3, that a government agency with more experience in this regard would be appointed to oversee the permit approval process going forward. So that is what is presented. I'm going to call, I see Jessica, yes, you have a question regarding this?
Yeah, I'm wondering, did we ever open for discussion after the motions were on the floor, or?
We have been discussing.
Right, we were working on the friendly amendment acceptance, and then we moved to discussion. Is that right? I do have a.
Do you have a question? Yes, because we have been discussing it. We've transitioned rather seamlessly into that discussion, which was with Dem raising his hand to ask question regarding that, and Andrew clarified. Do you have a question to discuss?
I do just have a statement that from my perspective, not being on eco dev and not being on land use, but being aware and generally interested in street activity coming from public safety and transportation. My point is, in my mind, this is less about approval of the open restaurants program and more about the city's ability to change zoning to serve the changing needs of its constituents in a responsive way. So changing zoning text with the citywide text amendment is a big deal. And our trust that the city will in good faith find a way to be accountable in the process that doesn't belong in zoning is what they're asking us to approve or disapprove of. So it's a different perspective, but I'd ask everyone to consider that in siding with one or the other with regards to this resolution.
Thank you, Jessica. Are there any other hands raised? I do not see any. Okay, I'd like to call the roll, please. Angel?
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yeah.
Dem Brija,
Abstain.
Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan, Eva Chan,
Abstain.
Ann Collier,
Yes.
Carlos Diaz,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Jose Encarnacion,
Yeah.
Judith Ferraro,
Abstain.
John Green,
Abstain.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
James Horton,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Abstain.
Mark Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda,
Yes.
Malik McCullough,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
No.
Nelsa Arama,
Yes.
Beverly Pabon,
Yes.
Andrew Padilla,
Yes.
Miguel Pava, Miguel Pava, Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez, Robert Perez, Natasha Rodriguez,
Yes.
John Sanders,
Abstain.
Xavier Santiago,
Abstain.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez,
Yes.
Nye Whitaker,
Present, not voting.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Abstain.
Jordan Wright,
Abstain.
motion passes.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Andrew. I'm going to move the agenda along. It is now 9:33. We have our next up, our Human Services, and then Economic Development, followed by Environment, Open Space and Parks. And then I'm going to circle back to Jose Altamirano from Public Safety and Transportation after that, before we go to executive. So Nye Whitaker.
Hi, everyone. I have limited video capability, so I just wanted to come on and say hello. And I'm going to close my video in order to sustain the rest of my time here with my amazing board members and the public. So a few things I just want to highlight really quickly before we get to our main item. A few things related to vaccination and testing and tracing, just as a follow-up to the conversation earlier from our borough president. So just want to make sure that everyone knows, in addition to sites like Metropolitan, which is a city-run site locally, of which all services are free, which also offers $100 incentive for any first-time person getting a vaccination. They also have vaccines for anyone 12 and older, as well as boosters and third shots available at no cost. There's also the Barican Health Center, and then 3 pop-up sites, one on East 111th Street, one at East 115th Street, and one at East 120th Street in the district. If anybody needs information on how to get a free vaccine, booster, third shot, or testing services, I dropped my email into the chat earlier and we'll repost it as well. We want to make sure that people have access to free services to stay safe during this pandemic. In terms of items and presentations, just want to stress there was a very detailed presentation by Councilmember Mark Levine, who's also the chair of the Health Caucus at the at the City Council. He gave an update about the Legionnaire's disease outbreak that was just to the north of us, 10035, which is the northern port of CB11. 10037 and others. There were 18 people reportedly traced to have Legionnaire's disease, apparently coming from Harlem Hospital, 16 of which have been cured and released. The remaining 2 are still being hospitalized. information was shared and is available through our staff regarding any follow-up that is needed. But it seems that everything has been abated and everyone is in the clear in the neighborhood. Next up, I just wanted to share with everyone the information that was provided from CCHP, which is an organization that has been in our community for nearly 60 years. They had received an approved letter of support both from the Health and Human Services Committee and from the full board. They are currently located in Metropolitan Hospital, providing a plethora of healthcare services, of which their methadone and drug rehabilitation, as well as mental health services, represent a small portion of their overall base of services. They had been informed by Metropolitan Hospital after many years that Metropolitan Hospital had an increase of services and needed to use their space and would not be renewing their lease. In presentation with our committee and the larger board, there was a request made that they look for any space within East Harlem to keep a continuity of services that did not include focus on the East 125th Street corridor. They've informed us that they are working on a new site and signing a lease. However, due to COVID and other just construction delays, they will have now have a delay in their ability to move out of the metropolitan space and are looking for approval from CB11 on an extension of our letter of support for their relocation. And so the one item that is in front of everyone from the Health and Human Services Committee is request for a letter of support to extend the CCHP practices lease at Metropolitan Hospital by up to 1 year in order to allow them to do the construction that's needed to maintain a continuity of care and services to our East Harlem residents. And I'm going to turn it back over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Nye. We had a letter of support that was passed by our Human Services Committee for the Center for Comprehensive Health Practice, or better known as CCHP, and their lease with Metropolitan Hospital by 1 year. And that would run from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. And as a quick reminder, we are in the process, and one of the things the executive committee is reviewing is a series of questions and calling in news. And this is, again, an FYI for those that are attending, that many of these places that have been good partners have been providing multitude of family services, as well as, and I implore you, and again, having experienced a lot of what I've seen going on in the chat and those that have given testimony, again, I want to remind you, please come to Human Services, but we are going to be having and calling in to that committee those partners who are actually participatory and those that are not, and we need participation in that process. However, that being said, the business before the board is that there was a letter written to support. It was passed and is now being brought before this body. I ask is there a motion to support? Madam Chair, I see your hand raised. I know technically, you just would like to clarify something, Madam Chair?
Yes. The reason that CCHP has not moved into their new space or will move into them timely is because the construction company notified them that a new elevator had to be constructed in the place that they're going to go, and then the services that they would ordinarily provide could not be the people that were going to come into the clinic because of the needs of the building. They needed to have their own elevator. That is the only reason that CCHP cannot move forward as quickly as they wanted to. CCHP has been a long-standing mental health, physical health, as well as other services in this community. They do not only provide methadone services, as I see, they do pediatrics, they do primary care, they do a host of mental health services that our community has availed themselves in the past. And it was in that light that this community board looked at their services. Human Services took the lead in calling in providers and has been vetting them over the last year. And I want to applaud the Human Services Committee for their work in this regard to ensure that we can identify who are good partners and who are not good partners. If CCHP's elevator issue had not come to the forefront, this letter would not be, they would not need a lot of support at this time. But this is strictly because of a construction glitch on their new site that they have come back to the community board.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I saw Pastor Isaac Scott and then Diane Collier and then our Chair of the Human Services Committee. Isaac?
I was ready to just make a motion, so if someone wanted to ask something, I can wait.
Okay, standing by on that, Diane?
Yeah, I have two questions. Where are they moving to?
Yeah.
Even though it's been delayed, where are they moving to?
9, would you kindly answer that question?
I don't have the information in front of me, but my understanding is I believe it's in the 110 Street area. Nilsa, do you remember? I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. I believe they were on. I don't know if Michelle is still with us. She was earlier, and she actually had dropped.
It was on, I believe it's 110th, 111th, and Madison. I believe. Yes.
It says 35 East 110th is what I'm looking at.
110th, right? I think it's part of, I think the North Side Center. I may not have the right name because I may be confusing it with another center. There's another center there, and they're going to take a portion of the lease. But
thank you.
With that, yeah, with that, like I said, the elevator is the point where of contention where a new elevator has to be constructed.
I just want to recognize, thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, just really quickly before we get to Isaac. Isabel is on from Borough President Brewer's office, who has also supported CCHP in this process. There was also support from Councilmember Ayala's office. And just want to reiterate that we are not, I want everyone to be conscientious. We are not revisiting this particular issue. The vote for consideration is the extension, a letter of support for an extension, because they have been in close contact with us on a monthly basis, which was a stipulation of our previous approval, which they have lived up to. They have identified a site on 110th Street on the east side. And the only issue now is that there is a construction, approvals and delays due to the pandemic that is preventing them from moving in immediately. And they have come back to us because of their good relationship to ask for this additional letter of support for an extension to allow them time to make the necessary modifications to the space in order to properly move and provide services. And again, reiterating, they've been in the community for 60 years. And they provide a plethora of services, of which the methadone maintenance, drug and mental health services are only but a small portion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Michelle. Do you have a follow-up question? I think she answered the location, Diane. Yeah. Hello.
The host muted me, so I guess that was you.
No, I didn't. I don't have that control over here. Okay. So do you have a follow-up question? Because you asked for the location.
A point of clarification. So this is just for this extension of a year, correct? And not for December 2022, January 2023. Will they have to come back to the board again, or is this just?
This looks like a typo, Diane. I'm sorry to butt in, Vice Chair, but it looks like there's a typo. It is a continuation from the first of the year of 20. It's a continuation of an extension, and it looks like there's a typo on the screen for item number 12.
Okay, but
And if
just
the vice chair would entertain, I would love for Michelle to stipulate what the 1-year time frame is.
okay, well, the way it is presented here in number 12, and again, is presented for 1 year. It's January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, which is a full year. So that's what is presented here. Ending in December 31st, 2023 would be a 2-year extension, which is not what was presented.
No, I think I'm sorry, I might have misunderstood, Vice Chair. I thought Diane was asking if it needed to start in December of 2021 to move forward.
Oh, okay, I follow what you're saying. That may very well be. So do we have an answer on that? Yes, sir.
I just have my hand raised because
Yes.
the discussion
Hold on.
is
I-
that the
yes, no.
elevator, I'm sorry, that the elevator may take up to a year. And so the discussion was initially that they would potentially come back to the board to ask for up to a year's time, which would jibe with this because they had before until December 2021 in terms of their lease. So this is not a mistake. This is probably the maximum that they would need because they only needed potentially up to 1 year for the elevator to be constructed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that clarifies. Does that answer your question, Diane? Because I have Michelle Wiltshire Clement who has her hand raised.
Okay, it answers my question. I just will make this final statement. Based on my experience, given that this is an emergency type of situation, Oasis will most likely approve this, whether we approve it or not, because they need this extension to stay where they are to continue providing the services. So regardless of how the vote comes down, it's going to ultimately, Oasis will give it to them because they need it. That's based on my experience.
Thank you. Michelle? Please mute yourself unless you have been called to speak. Thank you, Michelle.
I would like to motion to accept the extension here. It is an emergency and they do provide services for our community.
Great. I think Pastor Isaac Scott was going to motion to approve. If I was correct, I was holding on. So is that correct, Pastor Isaac Scott? Yes. So would you like to second it, Michelle?
Then yes, I would like to second it.
Okay, please call the roll. Angel? Carly?
Got it. Give me a second.
Yep.
Jose Altamirano,
Yes.
Stephanie Arroyo,
Yes.
Dan Brija, Yolanda Brown,
Yes.
Eva Chan,
No.
Ann Collier,
No.
Carlos Diaz,
No.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Alcia Encarnacion. I didn't hear you, Alcia. What was that?
Yes.
Judith Febraro,
No.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
James Horton,
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
No.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Trisha Martin,
No.
Francis Mastroda, Francis, Malik McCullough,
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
No.
Nelsa Arama,
Yes.
Shirley Pabon,
No.
Andrew Padilla, Andrew.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I heard you the second time. Thanks, pal. Miguel Baba,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez. Robert
Yes.
Perez, yes. Natasha Rodriguez,
No.
Don Sanders,
I'm saying yes, and for the people in the chat, if you want me to spell my name is Dawn Sanders, DAWN SANDERS. You can write that down.
Xavier Santiago,
Yes.
Isaac Scott,
Yes.
Russell Schuler,
Yes.
Jason Villanueva,
Yes.
Andy Vasquez, Candy, Nye Whitaker,
As a 46-year resident, in answer to who lives here or not, my name is Nye Whitaker and I vote yes.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Hi, I vote yes, and I do live in the area. My last name is Wilshire Clement. If you need my, search me up. Go ahead.
okay. Jordan Wright,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you to those who voted. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, everyone. And again, we're going to move on to eco debt.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get my mute on.
That's all right, Candy. Thank you, everyone. We are approaching the end very shortly. We have EcoDev up next. I want to remind everyone, we are a very diverse body, and I've got to know a lot of our membership over the course of my service. And I think it's very important that we speak with one another and share our experiences. And we do listen with an open ear. And I want to implore everyone that there are membership here who have been to the end and back and are here serving because they do care about this community. And in good stewardship, I think it's important for us to communicate openly with each other. And which is why I'm reminding everyone to please come to our committee meetings. I know we're virtual. That is for the protection of all involved. And please, we're in this together. And that's the only way we will get through the pandemic and be able to get through any experience we have in this community. With that said, I'm going to move on to economic development culture. Marissa, I believe you have one action item, but if you'd please unmute and present.
Yes, thank you, Xavier. So yes, we have one action item. Also just wanted to talk about a few things very, very quickly. So we had actually just wanted to mention, Nye presented New York City Vax for All is looking for partners, CBOs, nonprofits, small businesses to refer people for vaccination. The individual being referred for vaccination will get $100 in addition to the business. They will, or nonprofit, they'll also get $100. I definitely think this is something that we should support and push where we can. Obviously, this is not going to be a huge moneymaker for small businesses or nonprofits, but it is a way for them to also benefit and also a way for us to encourage people from our community to get vaccinated. We also had a presentation from Uptown Grand Central, one of our resident presenters who we work closely with. They spoke about open streets, patrols that are going up on 125th Street, working with Association for Better New York to add additional murals to the community, bike racks that are available for businesses, and also the fact that they have been tapped to do additional cleanup alongside 125th Street and actually have received funding for this. So they will be working with Positive Workforce on this initiative. They're also doing some work around Asian businesses within the community along with Eva Chan, which is great. If any of these items you would like to learn more about, please reach out to them. Jackie from Union Settlement also presented in regards to the East Harlem Nights, which was brought back. They had an event last Friday. They had an event last Friday, which was great. There will be a cash mob coming up October 10th on 108th Street at Cafe O'Lane. The Church of the Redeemed in East Harlem will be a sponsor for that. And they will also hopefully start up pop-up shops soon. We had a presentation from UMass in regards to the micro loans, micro term and lines of credit they are offering to small businesses. I do want to note in this, yes, they are loans, but they have been working in pairs with grants and also working to ensure that a good majority of the loans are forgiven. So while the word loan is obviously not the most attractive for small business at this time, they are a source for funding for small businesses. And so if anyone would like more information, UMass has sent over a deck for us, but you can also go to their website to find out more information. They also have a real estate fast track program to help developers with pre-closing, pre-development costs associated with developments within the community. So that's something also to consider. In regards to this evening, we did have a presentation from Manny Vega on the mural that he is looking to, the art installation he is looking to put up regarding Tio Puente. This will be on Madison Avenue and, Fifth Avenue and 111th Street. On October 11th, he will be at PS 109 to do an unveiling of this project. And the hopes is that he will get some interest for people who would like to sponsor and or support in the form of funds for this project moving forward. And so the letter of support this evening is to support this initiative moving forward and to encourage additional funds for this initiative.
Great, thank you very much, Marissa. So I think that,
Yes.
so again, we had an issue, we had a motion from the committee, a recommendation to issue a letter of support to be submitted to the Public Design Commission in support of the proposed Tito Puente Memorial Statue designed by the artist Manny Vega. And it will be erected at Duke Ellington Circle at 110th Street and 5th Avenue. Before I entertain a motion from the board to adopt the committee's recommendation, are there any questions real quick? Because I saw a quick comment, I believe. Dawn, do I have any hands?
I did have a
three
question.
hands.
All right. Oh, good. There they are. Now they're all popping up. Sorry, it's probably my internet connection. So I'm going to go with Dawn. Then I'm going to go with Isaac and then Jason. Okay, in that order. Dawn?
Yeah, I just was wondering, is the Duke Ellington Circle, is there not like a piano there? Is that not already designated to celebrate Duke Ellington, or am I?
No, you're correct.
So this is on top of an existing.
I think it would be in the area of, it's not replacing.
It's across the street.
Thank you, Carla.
Okay, so you
So that
anybody have an image? Because I see a circle and that circle's Duke Ellington Circle. I don't
No,
know.
but on the east side of 110th Street, there's another circle and it's empty. And that's where they want to put the statue of Tito Puente.
It's on 111th. Yeah, here we
No, it's
have.
110th Street.
Okay, I have 5th Avenue and 111th Street, but okay.
Is this in front of Schaumburg Heritage?
You know what Schaumburg statue is?
Yeah.
Right across the street on the east, going east.
So I guess is your concern that it's replacing something, or what is the concern?
Well, it says Duke Ellington Circle.
Right.
It says Tito Puente Memorial Statue. So I don't see how you show respect to both at the same circle, but I'm gonna look at Google Maps and try to, thank you, Mr. Padilla, and
So,
try to figure that out.
okay, so we'll look and see at the exact location. I heard on our recording, because I did not attend at that portion of the meeting, that it was Fifth Avenue and 111th Street, but I can definitely pull up the exact location or find out exactly where it is. I doubt that it will be replacing anything that's existing there, if that's a concern.
Okay. So while you try to grab that information, okay, so I see the comment for clarification purposes that that Tito Puente would be on the east side of the street, and I take it that where Duke Ellington would be on the opposite side on the west. Is that correct, Andrew?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you,
that.
Carlos, and Andrew, thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much for that additional information, Diane.
Thank
Okay,
you, Diane.
So then let me go back to the raised hands. I have then Isaac and then Jason, and then we'll go to Andrew unless he already answered it for the information that was requested. So Isaac and then Jason.
I think that just really quick, the concern that Dawn raised is I think it's a legitimate one, but I don't think it's a conflicting one. I think Duke Ellington Circle can feature other artists and other artwork, and I would love to see something like that. And I say that just as a person who goes into different communities doing public art and doing murals and projects like this. I understand this sort of concern, but I do think the circle can sort of host other art and feature other artists. My concern more was like, I don't know, and forgive me if this information was shared and I don't know it, but the artist Manny Vega, you mentioned that he was possibly looking for sponsorship for the project. Is it just to sponsor the mural getting put up, or is there some sort of like social justice cause behind the project as well? That would be good to know if there's like some sort of associating sort of issue with the, or, you know, just something. Is there more context to it, or is it just
So just to be clear, and I don't want to confuse this with what the ask is here, right? So on October 11th, he will be at PS 109, which is separate from the ask here. And that event, he will, you know, talk more about the mural and what he's looking for in terms of funding, which is separate from the board. In terms of the board, what he's looking for is just more support of moving forward with this initiative. And so I guess additional questions on, you know, what type of funding, you know, social justice, things of that nature, I would have him, you know, answer. But we didn't get into the weeds in regards to that. It was more or less, you know, is this something that we want to support? Is this something that we want to see in regards to the neighborhood?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. But I do think it is important that we know, because he's going to use that as a means for raising money, and we have it here. So, you know, it is important in some ways. Like, we're not deciding on that, but it's like, do we want to support art here? If a person is putting up a piece of art and it's for a reason, do we support the reason that art is sort of
Feed him.
So I think it is in some ways important to know, like, what's the, you know, because is it like we just are cool with the aesthetic, we're just cool with the picture, or are we cool with the issue, or do we support the artist? Like, why do we support the art? And I guess that's my question with that. It's like, why, you know, because it could be any artist. Why Manny Vega? Why did, you know, you all like support him? Is there something like tied to?
He's had, so he's had history with Tito Puente. He's actually painted on some of his drums. So he has a direct connection with him. It's not just like somebody coming and saying, oh, I like this and I'm gonna do this, right? So that's his connection. There was also an initiative that was already put forth that was more or less like stopped throughout the pandemic. And I believe there was another issue that took place that kind of suppressed it. So this was more or less like already in play, not to say that, okay, we just do it because of that. but between his connection to Tito Puente, his connection to the community, his connection to having existing artwork for him, that's more or less the connection to us supporting and saying, okay, why does this make sense for him to do this, as opposed to me just saying, oh, this is something that I want to do just because it looks nice, right? There's actually a history that's there behind it. So the social justice, I feel like if there was anything there, that would be in addition to that. But the main presentation was his connection to Tito, to actually having support through elected officials previously to this project, and the fact that it was in play and just got suppressed.
Thank you, Marissa, so much. I think that was the connection right there, the history that this artist has with the community and the person he's representing. That's all what I was trying to get at. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there are others here that could probably chime in even more to, where he is, but thank you for asking that question, just so others can also know, what his background is and kind of why he's doing it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to go to Jason.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion if you want to accept other questions.
Okay, copy that. Thank you very much. Andrew, your hand was up. Was that to offer additional information that you dropped in the chat?
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify, as was noted, as I dropped into the chat, the eastern side of that circle is what we're talking about. That's currently empty. And the idea, I don't know how long this project has been talked about in this community. It's been quite some time. And so 1/10 actually on the east side is called Tito Puente Way. And the reasoning for that is not just that Tito Puente was a famous salsa performer and that this is one of the largest and was for a while the largest Puerto Rican neighborhood in the US. This actually, Tito Puente spent a long part of his life living at the walk-up on 110th between Madison and Park, which is now being renovated right next to that community garden. So I just wanted to clarify that this location is actually tremendously meaningful. And the idea for a long while has been that you would have the Duke Ellington and the Tito Puente on both sides of Fifth Avenue intentionally, because that historically marks a historically African American and a historically Puerto Rican community, although they're both changing in their own ways. This has been the product of a long period of thinking and many discussions. I don't know what this will eventually turn out like. I hope that it works out. But I just wanted to clarify that, and also for concern about Schaumburg and the heritage and how this might work with those residents. I did also think it was important to mention that Schaumburg is named after Arturo Schaumburg, who is probably one of the most famous Afro-Boricuas in our history. So that we would have that space shared between an African-American and Puerto Rican leader, I think is actually very much in the spirit of Schaumburg.
All right, thank you very much.
Andrew.
Thank you. I'm going to go down the line. We have obviously touched on a hot topic issue. And I appreciate everyone's patience for us not becoming an addendum to the Jerry Springer show. Thank you, much appreciated. Just trying to keep it light and fluffy at almost 10:10 at night. So let's move things along. I'm going to call it in order as I saw. We have Carlos Diaz, then Nilsa, then Jessica, and then Diane, so that everyone has spoken on this issue. If we could please just remind you, let's try to be as succinct as possible. So Charlie, you there? Charlie? Carlos?
Yeah. What it is, there's going to be hopefully there's going to be another statue similar to Duke Ellington, adjacent to Duke Ellington, of Tito Puente. That's been the discussion with the city councilwoman going back to Melissa's time. She was the one that funded it in the very beginning. So it's not a painting that's going to go up on that side of the street, but a statue of Tito Puente.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you. If you could just make sure if you've spoken to lower your hand, I think please give everyone turn. Madam Chair Nelson.
Yes, well, I was just going to echo what Carlos and Diane said. This has been a long-standing project, and the money that was going to be asked for then was for shortfalls in terms of raising money for the completion of the statue. Diane dropped in the chat a little bit more of the history of it, but this has been a long-standing project for years and years and years to get the statue up, and it hit roadblocks, and it hit money problems, and then there was a stop. So this is just a resurgence back to a project that is, as Diane put in her chat, and she'll explain herself, at least 10 years in the making.
Thank you very much for that. Jessica and then Diane.
Yep, just a comment to raise some awareness. This is four blocks north of the Vinnie Bagwell sculpture that's also going to be erected very soon. I think we are taking the Museum Mile and the cultural heritage that exists further down Fifth Avenue and bringing it up towards Marcus Garvey Park, where Fifth Avenue is interrupted. And it is the sort of the edge of our district. And I think it's a beautiful representation of what's happening side to side and where cultures meet. So I think it's part of a larger vision of the kind of cultural story of the community that is a great effort to support in its conceptual stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Jessica. Diane?
So to the board, and of course, everyone, you saw what I wrote in the chat, but this is a perfect example of what happens over time when we don't get these projects up and running after we approve them. It took 10 years to get Tito Puente statue up there. And they prepared everything around with the Tito Puente way. And Dawn, to your point, in order to even get the Tito Puente way or even to come up to some agreement, I'm sure that the Schomburg was involved. The people had to get involved with the street naming. It's just that 10 years have passed. People have changed, residents change, boards change. Very few people know exactly what happened to get us to this point. It's long overdue. And yes, I said that Melissa Mark Viverito made it her goal to make sure that it got the funding, because that was the key. You needed the funding to get the statue up and running after all that time.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have devoted quite a bit of attention to this, and I value everyone's opinions, and I'm just gonna, I know Jason's had his hand up to make a motion. I value everyone, and I think it's important that we constantly, this is again, as a comment, we have to be stuck in with our community, checking in with those blocks, checking in with the people we represent, and I think we've done as much as our level best can be expected in this environment, but it just not dissimilar to this summer when we commissioned the Thomas Jefferson Playground. That was 10 years in the making. And as someone who was a musician for a long time, both Duke Ellington and Tito Puente speak to my heart very much, and I think to our unity in Upper Manhattan. So with that, that is my comment. I will leave it to Jason. You had your hand raised.
Motion to support the committee's recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos. Is a second, please call the roll, and just reminding membership, I know it's getting late, but please raise your hands going forward. Call the roll, Angel.
Jose.
Sí.
Stephanie. Dem. Yolanda.
Yes.
Eva.
Yes.
Diane.
Yes.
Carlos.
Yes.
Jessica Elliott.
Yes.
Elsie.
Yes.
Judith.
Yes.
John Green.
Absolutely.
Robert Harvey.
Yes.
James Horton.
Yes.
Alonzo Johnson.
Yes.
It sounds like you spoke twice, James. You guys' voice is very similar. Robert Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Francis,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Jennifer Meyer,
Yes.
Jessica Morris,
Yes.
Nelsa,
Yes.
Beverly, Beverly, Andrew.
Yes. Beverly, yes.
Thank you. Andrew,
Yes.
Miguel,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez, Tasha Rodriguez,
Yes.
Dawn,
I was not appointed by Melissa Mark Viverito, and I'm sort of appointed by West Side, and I have to vote no, I'm sorry.
Xavier,
Yes.
Isaac,
Absolutely support.
Russell,
Yes.
Jason,
Absolutely.
Candy,
Yes.
Nye, Nye,
I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Michelle Wilcher Clement,
Yes to unity.
Jordan,
Yes.
the motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you all. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, everyone. Quick time check. It's 10:18. I'm going to move us along. We have environment, open spaces, and parks, and had a little text from Jose that he was able to log in. I'll circle back for a quick update, if any, after Jessica Elliott, and then we're going to move to executive because we have one more action item. Thank you.
All right, hi everyone. Welcome to the most fun committee, Parks, Environment and Open Space. We had a wonderful meeting. Just a welcome to our new committee members. We gave a quick recap over the summer, just to let everyone know we had our two parks walks this past summer. Focused one day on the south half of the district and one day on the north half of the district. And we visited over 25 parks. So thank you to everyone who came out and supported that and was there to participate. A lot of community board members, and we hope to keep this going and into the next upcoming summer and beyond. And also in our meeting minutes, you can see that thanks to Stacy and Friends of the East River Esplanade and Carly, and collaboration with ALDA and New York City Parks, we were able to have New York City Parks apply on behalf of our community for it's National Park Services Land and Water Conservation Fund grant, which after discussion regarding our new upcoming park, future Richard Toussaint Park, there was a need for a comfort station. So this grant, if funded, would help to supply funding for that element, as well as a number of other things for that entry area. So thank you to Manhattan Borough President Brewer, Councilmember Ayala, Assemblymember Rodriguez, Lieutenant Governor Bryant Benjamin, Senator Serrano, and Councilmember Espiat. And also huge thanks to Carly. She's amazing. And the naming process for Richard Toussaint Way is moving forward with the help of New York City Parks as well. So wanted to keep everyone aware of the things that we're moving forward over the summer. Randall's Island has a lot of great events coming up. If you check out their website, the Harvest Festival is coming up on October 2nd. New York City Parks, Sheena unfortunately has been moved to another district and will no longer be serving our district. So I just want to say thank you to Sheena for everything that she's done for us as a community, and we'll miss her. Also, there's free membership at our recreation centers from September to December. So if you or anyone you know wants to be part of the recreation centers, that membership is free at this time. Stacy Pappas and the Friends of the East River Esplanade, the bait station that we've been talking about for many months, will stay and will be maintained. So be sure to go support that lovely piece of art installation and infrastructure on our waterfront. We had a presentation by Drive Shack on Randall's Island. It would be a new facility to replace the existing defunct facility on Randall's Island. It's an 80 stall range. They're converting it to a 96 stall range. There's also a miniature golf area, public lounge, food service, and the facilities are open to the public, whether or not you're going to be using any of the bays. They're also including, and we're discussing this at length, free youth programs with focus on East Harlem and the South Bronx. Construction will begin in June 2022 and complete in December 2023. And they are looking to fill over 350 jobs with local hiring. So instead of taking a position on that, our committee recommended that Drive Shack visit both the Youth and Education and Economic Development and Culture committees to discuss that together, as there's a lot of components that work together with those issues, and we want to make sure that our community's needs are being addressed before issuing a letter of support. So look forward to that. There's a presentation about public art coming to Marcus Garvey Park. It will be a sculpture titled Witness that focus on Black representation, and will be in the northeast corner of the lawn and will be installed on the 29th, tomorrow. We also talked about district needs, obviously. Thanks again to Carly and the team. You know, a lot of the things that we've been talking about, core infrastructure was trash collection, air quality and pollution, environmental concerns, protective infrastructure, and for parks and cultural and other community facilities, it was park care and maintenance, quality of parks and parks facilities, park safety, and insufficient or open space or parks. So we're gonna be pushing that forward, but thank you to everyone and for making it to this point, and to our community. That's it. Any questions?
Do we have any questions? Please raise your hands.
The artist, I see a question in the chat from Pastor Isaac Scott, who is the artist or designer of the sculpture. It is Thomas J. Price, and he is working with In Harlem and Studio Museum, who have been working in the community since 2016 with 3 other projects in the neighborhood.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder. Thank you for the question. Just make sure you raise your hand so we can have it read into the record. Other than that, good. If I don't see any more questions, thank you, Jessica. Yes, it is a fun committee to be on. I will echo that. But I'm biased because I got onboarded by Francis, and I have next, before we go to executive, I'm going to circle back to Jose, who joined us a tad late real quick. I know Jessica said it was information purposes only, but if you have any additional updates you'd like to offer before we jump in to executive, go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies. I couldn't log on earlier. There was just one thing that I wanted to bring up to the board's attention. We had a presentation by DOT about 117th Street between Pleasant and East River Plaza. The project is to extend the north sidewalk where Applebee's is by 9 feet. This is being done because there's a big issue with pedestrian walking. When this project was initially, when East River Plaza was initially started, the thought process by DOT was that everyone would walk on the breezeway to 116th Street. That's not what's happening. Everyone's walking on 117th Street. We like the project. This project was started by our own very own Councilwoman Diana Ayala because she saw that the need for it. The only thing that we have an issue with, and I just want to make the board aware, is that currently the only thing separating the pedestrians from moving lane would be some plastic bollards. And we're requesting that they be cement blocks with some flower pots. There is some negotiation between East River Plaza and DOT in order for them to partner. I've been in contact with both DOT, East River Plaza, as well as the councilwoman in order to kind of help put mesh together. And hopefully we're able to get some kind of movement in the next few weeks. Typically in our committee, we don't vote anything the same month, but the following month. However, since they still haven't figured out all the details, we may have to wait another month, but we'll hopefully wait and see. I just wanted the board to be aware of the project that's happening because it will affect that particular area.
Great. Thank you, Jose. Are there any questions? See it as there are no raised hands. Thank you very much for being here. All right, let's move on to executive committee. Earlier, we had submitted a bylaw amendment, and we discussed this earlier prior to us going live and in person and then transitioning after Albany and Governor Hochul approved us going to virtual, and we figured this would be the most simple amendment, which is striking the written ballot requirement in our bylaws, and just so everyone is aware, we're striking just a small portion versus a massive replacement, and that will allow us to hold our elections virtually. Because it is not written, but it will be, and bear in mind, we are still in observance with open meetings laws, which means preserving all of our votes, which will be disclosed and accessible to the public. So I just want to remind everyone, it's in the moment confidential, but then it is released just like it always has been, but it will not be called out publicly, so-and-so and so-and-so as we go down the roll. It will be done as and guided by a process by Angel and our new chair of the elections committee, Dawn Sanders, but we are brought here a proposed amendment to the bylaws to remove written ballot as a requirement. So meaning that written on paper. And if there are no questions, we will entertain a motion to adopt that amendment. I see a hand from Jessica. Jessica.
Motion to adopt proposed amendment.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Candy, I see your hand raised.
Yes, second.
Malik, were you raising your hand to second, or did you have a question? Okay, Malik.
Yeah, just a second.
Okay, copy that. But all right, well, Candy beat you to the punch on that one. So we have a first motion made by Jessica Morris to adopt an amendment to the bylaw to remove written ballot requirement for board elections, and seconded by Candy Vivas. Vasquez, please call the roll.
Jose,
Yes.
Stephanie, Adem, Londa,
Yes.
Eva,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Jessica Elliott,
Yes.
Elsie,
Yes, sorry.
Judith,
Abstain.
During our war, the last 20 years.
John Green,
Aye.
Robert Harvey,
Yes.
You have the data that you want to look at. Some of
James
the
Horton,
20 years.
Yes.
Up to 100,000.
Lonzo Johnson,
Yes.
Robin Krinsky,
Yes.
Marissa Mack,
Yes.
Giselle Malave,
Yes.
Matt Martin,
Yes.
Francis Mastroda,
Yes.
Malik,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Nelsa,
Yes.
Beverly, okay. Andrew,
Yes.
Miguel,
Yes.
Art Perez,
Yes.
Robert Perez, Natasha,
Yes.
Dawn,
Yes.
Xavier,
I,
Isaac,
Yes.
Russell,
Yes.
Jason, Candy,
Yes, sorry about that. Yes.
no problem. Nye,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
motion passes.
I see a hand by Stephanie Arroyo. Stephanie?
My apologies, I lost my signal, but my vote is yes.
Okay.
Your vote-
Jessica,
vote
your
was
hand,
yes?
yes. Her vote was yes, Angel. Jessica.
Same here. I had a technical issue. Jason Villanueva, yes.
Okay. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on. That was a major item. We do have executive committee meeting tomorrow, and then statement of district needs and budget meeting on Thursday. I want to, before I pass it to Jason, I just want to say we're really making a headway. I want to say thank you to Carly and Jason. It's been a pleasure working with all of you to see our manifestation of the committee's potential, and we're getting closer day by day. And I want to say thank you. It's been a pleasure working on this committee and seeing all the results. So Jason.
I don't have any report, but yeah, this Thursday, because we haven't met yet, we'll meet this Thursday. It's really important to get the public, any local CBOs. And I'm speaking to the board members and to those that who've been chiming and chatting on the chat. We would love to hear your concerns and or expressions as it relates to community district needs. So that's pretty much where we stand. On top of that, again, I want to commend the staff and our district, our liaison, Carly Wine, for all the great effort. I think anybody who's been to a committee meeting this month was easily or effortlessly was able to get on board with our process. And if you guys have any questions, you could always reach out. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. I see a hand by Marissa Mack. Marissa.
Yes, hi, Jason. Just wanted to note, and I'm sure Giselle, who has been doing a great job in terms of being a liaison between district needs and Echo Dev, will talk further about this at the meeting. But just wanted to note that we did bring up during Echo Dev to encompass, and I think this was also included in the report. Angel went over the results of the survey with us, so we did speak about that as well. But just putting out there that we wanted to make a recommendation to really focus on quality of life. And as we can see from this meeting this evening, that has been a big topic of interest and always is. But just wanted to bring that up in regards to how we can focus our attention. And that quality of life hits us in a number of areas, whether it's housing, whether it's jobs, whether it's supporting our small businesses. So just wanted to put that out there. But thank you for your work on this committee and helping. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa, and thank you, Jason. Again, it's important for everyone to participate, members of the public, community board members. It's easier now than it's ever been. You just have to log in. So that's the recommendation. Hope to see you there. Jason, anything else?
No, I mean, unless Angel wants to chime in to Marissa's point, tomorrow executive is going to review the policy areas and decipher the prioritization by both the survey and the town hall that was brought up, that was performed last month. So if there's anything, you know, outlandish that comes up on Thursday, we'll definitely look at it. But the prioritization is expected to come out the executive committee tomorrow.
Thank you, Jason. Be fun times. Be there, be square. All right, moving on. So don't forget, executive committee tomorrow, 6:30, and the same on Thursday for district needs and budget. We're going to move things along to new business. I do not see any new business, any old business. And I'm going to call, I'd like Angel to call the roll, and I've seen a hand up in the attendees session. I've dropped my email in the chat. Please send an email. We would direct you to the committees. We want to engage with every member of our community board that we represent. So again, this is for the business session at a committee level. We engage in those conversations. It's not to invalidate, but reminding all of the members of the public that our engagement happens at the committee level where we can really get into the weeds. So please call the roll and then we can go to any announcements. Thank you.
We'll say.
Here.
Stephanie. Adem.
Here.
Yolanda.
Awake.
Eva.
Here.
Ann.
Yeah.
Carlos.
Night.
Jessica.
Present.
Elsie.
Here.
Judith. John.
Here, I'm here.
Out,
John.
out.
Robert.
Present.
James.
Yeah.
Ivy. Alonzo.
Not to be confused with Mr. Horton, but I'm here. Yes.
It is very similar voices, guys. Robin Krinsky.
Here.
Marissa.
Here.
Giselle.
Here.
Pat Martin.
Here.
Francis.
Present.
Malik.
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Here.
Jessica M. Elsa.
Here.
Beverly.
Here.
Andrew.
Here.
Miguel.
Here.
Hart.
Here.
Robert. Natasha.
Here.
Dawn.
Here.
Xavier.
Here.
Isaac.
Yeah.
Russell.
Yeah.
Jason.
Yeah.
Andy.
Here.
Nye.
Yawning.
Michelle.
Here.
Jordan.
Here.
Quorum.
And Stephanie Arroyo has her hand raised, so I think she is
Yes,
here.
I'm here. Sorry, I didn't move fast enough.
Okay, everyone, any announcements? If there are no announcements, our next full board meeting is scheduled for October 26, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. I want to thank you, everyone. This was a very full agenda. We got through it. We handled everything in a very respectful and civilized fashion, and in a way that we had dialogue and acknowledgement of our history, and I appreciate all of you and your participation, and we'll make the next one even better. Please, those members of the public, send an email. We'll get you connected to the committees we want to engage. We desire that and to be part of the process. So thank you, everyone. If there's nothing else, I want to wish you all good night and stay safe.
Good night. See some of y'all tomorrow.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.